Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 10th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, I hope you grab a few paints and some brushes and come along and paint with us. If you've been with us before, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me back again. So I tell you what, let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a titanium white and working all the way around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and talk a second. This is an 18 by 24 canvas. This is a double primed pre-stretched canvas, and I've covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white, which makes it wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. So we have that ready, so let's get together and let's do a fantastic painting. I'm going to start off today with a small amount of phthalo blue, and we'll just take and pull a little bit out and then tap the brush. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. Just tap it. Just tap like so. Just go right up here. Now then, let's start right up in here, and we'll use little crisscross strokes. Just make little X's. And let's put in a happy little cloud, little sky. Okay, a little more of the color. And this phthalo blue is very pretty. It's bright and shiny. It's a happy color. There. Just continually use these little crisscross strokes and allow the color to, it just literally blends with the liquid white. And as you work downward here, then you get all these fantastic little effects automatically. See, isn't that easy? That easy. You have a quick little sky. There. Now, while I have this on the brush, tell you what, let's add the least little amount of phthalo blue, or phthalo green, I mean. So we have phthalo blue and phthalo green. Just a small amount of the green. It's very strong. Let's go back up here. Maybe we'll have a little water in here. So we'll just pull right across like this, very gently, and pull from the outside in. There. See, try to pull though from the outside in. If you start here and come across, it'll leave a great big mark. It's very hard to blend out. And we want to make this as easy as possible. And here, all we'll do is just blend that together. And that little light area remains right here, and it sort of gives the illusion of a silhouette of light coming across there, just a little shiny area. Okay, let's wash our brush now. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess, and then just beat the devil out of it. All right, now with a nice clean brush, now we'll go right back up here, and we'll just blend this sky out a little bit. Still using the little crisscross strokes. Now you can work this sky until it's absolutely dead, or you can leave some of these little dark and light areas in it to give it some life. And very gently, we'll blend it to take out the brush strokes, come right across the bottom, and we have a happy little sky. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, let's make some big fluffy clouds today. I'm going to go right into the titanium white with a 1-inch brush. Pick up the least little touch of the bright red. Very small amount. It's very strong. Eat up your whole world. Okay, load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go up here now. Now maybe there's a happy little clouds that just sort of float right around in the sky and have fun. Just sort of mix them up on here. Clouds are very free. Just let them play. Let them play. Maybe he comes right off in here and goes off the top of the canvas. Wherever. Wherever. This is your world. So you create any kind of illusion that you want in your world. There we go. And these are just little floaters, little happy clouds. And you can put as many or as few as you want. Okay, now then, we'll take a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and I'm going to just gently blend it using tiny little circular strokes, tiniest little strokes, and just blend this together. Just blend it. Just sort of mix it up. Okay. Then we're going to lift it. This sort of fluffs the cloud. Just fluffs it right up, like so. See? And then very lightly, There we go. Isn't that fantastic? You can do a happy little cloud that easy. Okay. Shoot, we're just going right along here. Tell you what, I lived in Alaska, oh gosh, nearly 14 years or so, and I really like mountains. So let's do a fantastic little mountain today. I'm going to take some black, some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown. We'll put some alizarin crimson in there too. Be careful with the crimson or your mountain will turn purple, which is all right. That's all right. They wrote a beautiful song about purple mountains. Pull it out very flat and then cut across. So you have a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There you go. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to make an almighty decision. Where's your mountain live? I think he's going to live. He is now. Right there. Right there. Maybe there's a bump there. You just sort of make a decision and put it in. Mountains grow in all kinds of shapes and colors. And there, you're restricted only by your imagination. Pull this right over like that. Now scrape off all the excess paint. Here I'm just really using firm pressure, pushing that paint right into the fabric. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush and I want to grab it and pull. This removes excess paint and blends it out so it gets lighter at the bottom. If you can see the entire mountain, it's always lighter at the bottom than it is at the top because we have mist and pollution and all those things that break up and diffuse light. See? Because this is wet, though, you can just move this paint. You can pull it. You can move it all over the canvas. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City right now. There we go. Now let's go back to the knife. And let's put some snow on this mountain. For that, I'll take the titanium white and pull it out very flat. And then cut across to get that little roll of paint again. See there? Okay, let's go back up here. Now, think where your light's coming from. You have to start making some big decisions now. If you're right-handed, normally it's easier for the light to come from the right side. So let's go right here. Touch, no pressure. Just the weight of the knife. No pressure. You see there? Let it float right down the side of that mountain. Look at there. Look at there. See? Just follow the angles in your mountain and let it float. Absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Pretend that if you're not careful, your hand will just literally float away. Just float away. Very soft and very gentle. There we go. See, and then you have to make big decisions. Maybe this peak right here. Oh, look here, there it comes. See? See, you can bring it right in front. You can move mountains. You can do anything on this canvas. On this canvas, you have total power. Absolutely. Now then, let's put some shadows in there. For that, I want to take some white. We'll put a little Prussian blue in it. Just white and Prussian blue. Mix it up till it's about that color. Pull it out very flat again. Cut across. Once again, we have that small roll of paint. It's very important how you load this knife. Okay, let's go back up here. I want to touch and just pull down. Now we're following the angles on the other side of the mountain. Watch here. I want to push that back. So we'll come here, and then I'll come distinctly through. See how it pushes that peak right back? That's sneaky, huh? It's easy to do. You can do it. You really can do it. There's no big secret here. We'll show you everything that you need to paint fantastic paintings. There we go. Look at that, see? When you put those shadows in there, everything just sort of pops out at you. It brings it alive. The shadows are very important. See, now we have a little hunk of paint right here that doesn't look like much until we add a shadow under it. See there, you add a shadow and it becomes a separate entity. Becomes a ridge all by itself. Come right over in here. And just pull in all kinds of happy things. And you can move these mountains anywhere that you want them. Watch here. Sometimes it's fun just to play some games. You can come right down in here and look at there. Look at there. There's another peak. That easy. that easy. But when you put the shadow in here, then it really becomes a personality all on its own. See, you can create little ridges wherever you want them. And it's just a game of angles. Mountains are just geometric shapes. Now we can take, maybe I'll bring this one distinctly in front of that. See there? And it pushes that mountain back. This is one of the ways that you create depth and distance in your painting. There we go. Just work with different planes. There we go. Okay. I get carried away sometimes. I really like to paint mountains, and I'd cover up the whole canvas with mountains. And that's not bad when you're learning. Take an old canvas and start at the top and paint all the way down with mountains, and then just zip them right off and do it again. That's the way you learn. If there's a secret to anything, it's practice. Just practice. And you really can do this. I get hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over the country, just like you and I, and they're painting beautiful pictures. Well, some of the series we've showed some of the photographs that people have sent. It's almost unbelievable. There, all I'm doing is tapping and then lifting upward. The lifting upward like that removes the tap marks and creates that nice soft misty area down there. And over here we follow these angles. Always follow the angles that you've created in your mountains. See there? Isn't that easy? We got a happy mountain. Okay, let's make some little footy hills back here. I'm going to start off and mix up some color. I'll just use this mountain color, and let's put some white with it and see what we have here. So that's just mainly some blue and black, alizarin crimson, and to that I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green, just to give it a little greenish color. Now part of it here I'm going to add some white and make it even lighter. Just like so. Okay, let me clean my knife. Now then, let's use a different brush today. This is an oval brush. Maybe we can get a close-up shot of it. It's a little different. See, it's sort of round. This is an oval. It's a little different. Watch here, though. I'm going to fill it full of that color we just made. Just really load it full of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Let's say a little footy hill lives right here, and all I'm doing is just tapping. Isn't that fantastic? Look at all the little things it makes in there. Looks like just the tops of thousands of little trees far off in the distance. Look at that. Look at there, look at there. See? Isn't that a super easy way to make little footy hills? Now with a clean, dry brush, I want to create some mist at the base of this. So all I'm going to do is just tap the base. Just the base down here. Don't tap the top. I'm going to soften that. Then we'll give it a little tiny upward lift. Now then, I'm going into the same color, only a little bit darker. Just a little darker. Load the brush the same way. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's another little footy hill, and he lives right here. By being a little darker, it stands out. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker in value, darker in color. Look at that. See there? Maybe there. See how easy that is? Painting does not have to be difficult. Does not have to be difficult. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to be able to paint. You can do it. And it's fun. There we go. Tap in a little bit of mist, just like so. Give it a little upward lift. And you can make layer after layer after layer. Take a little more of that color, same color, just a little darker. Watch here. Maybe you want to come right in here and put the indication of another one. There's no limit, but they need to get a little darker as they work forward. Look at there. If I'm not careful, I'm going to cover up the whole canvas with foothills and mountains. There we go. Isn't that easy? We have several layers of foothills, and these different layers are planes. Once again, this is what causes a depth in your painting and really makes it look good. Of course, we're not interested in making money, but Should you ever be looking for that happy buck when you're painting, this is what sells paintings. Let's have some fun here. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue, sap green. We'll throw in some alizarin crimson too. What the heck? Good dark color. Should look black. Let me clean the knife. Okay, now I'll use a fan brush. Load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Both sides. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's some little evergreens that live back here in the distance. Here, I'm just going to take and tap downward. Just some little trees. They're not all evergreens, maybe. There's all kind of trees. Just tap downward. Tap it downward. See there? Now these are a little closer, so you're beginning to see a little more detail. A little more detail. There, now, maybe. Ooh, there's a nice one. See, just tap downward, though. It makes those nice little happy tops up there. And don't make them all real even, because then they'll look like fence posts out there. Give them some character. There we go. Okay. There. Now this color is a little darker, so it stands out. Now let's have some fun. When I was a traditional painter, one thing that used to drive me crazy was reflections. Watch here on a wet canvas, so all you do is grab it and pull it down. Just grab and pull down, straight down. Where the trees are taller, pull down a little further. Look at that, look at that. Instant reflections. Isn't that fun? That's one of the things that works the best in this method of painting, is reflections. Just pull it straight down, and then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air, just go across, and it creates the illusion of water. Now then, take a little of the liquid white on my knife, and we'll get a touch of the dark sienna and add to that, just the least little touch. There, just to dull it down. Now then, when you load this knife, take and cut across like that. See, cut right across. See, pull it out flat and then cut across. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, come straight into the canvas, push very firmly, and just cut in a happy little waterline. And keep this basically straight. You can go anywhere you want to go, but the individual strokes should be straight. Otherwise, your water's going to look like it's running right out of your painting and get your floor wet. Then you're going to be upset with me. We want you to be happy. There. See? Maybe a little ripple here and there. All kinds of happy little things. Isn't that easy? That easy. You got it. Now you can take a clean fan brush with at least a little bit of white on it and make it look like little tree trunks far away just by lifting upward. Just far back in the distance. Just barely touch and lift straight up. There. Just a few. Don't overdo. Wash the old brush. And let's have some fun now. Shoot. Let's have some fun. Go mix up a bunch of dark. We'll take some of the midnight black, Prussian blue. We'll even throw some Van Dyke brown in there, alizarin crimson, sap green. Just all the dark colors, basically. It doesn't matter. Make a big water paint. Okay, let me clean the old knife off here. And let's have some fun. Let's get a big brush. And I'm going to load this full of paint. So often we avoid this big brush because of its size. But the big brush can do fantastic things. Wiggle it. Wiggle it. That loads the bristles full, and pull it. That makes it very sharp. And we're loading this brush to a chisel edge. And it takes a lot of paint in the brush. You need enough paint to hold the bristles together. See how sharp that is? Very good. That's a chisel edge. Let's go up here. Now then, maybe, tell you what, maybe a happy little evergreen lives right there. We touch, then just the corner of the brush, begin working back and forth. And we got to put some arms on this tree. Got to give him some little arms so he can reach up and gather the sun up. Look at there. Look at there. Reload your brush for each tree. Each tree. There we go. Corner. And you sort of make those bristles bend downward. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. And you can put as many or as few trees as you want. Many or as few. Maybe. Yep. Let's have a third one there. We don't want them to get lonely. You know, even trees need a friend. We all have to have a friend, so we just put one right there. Okay, let's make some leaf trees. To do that, we pull the brush through the paint like so. One direction. Pull it firmly through the paint. And that rounds one corner. See there? It gives it sort of a rounded look. There we are. Now, with that rounded corner toward the top, let's go right up here. Let's put a happy tree that lives right here. Touch and give it a little push. Just bend the bristles. See there? And then form your tree. Just like so. It's that easy. Just form your basic shapes. Sometimes you get carried away and just keep going there. What the heck? We'll just push that little lake way back in the distance. What the heck? When you have this kind of power, you can move lakes anywhere you want them. We'll put a happy tree right here. There he comes. Just bring all that right on together. There. And here, all I'm doing is putting in some dark color. We'll come back and we'll highlight all these. Look at that. And that quick with a big old brush, you got that all blocked in. Now let's put some, I'll take some dark sienna, a little white, pull it out flat, get that small roll of paint, like so. Okay, now let's go right up here. And we just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk here and there. See there? That easy. Just sort of touch, give it a little sideward pull. And maybe there's some back in here. We don't know how many trees live in there. Take the point of the knife, you can put some old dead sticks and twigs on there. That easy. Okay. Let's take some white, brown. I add at least a little touch of blue into that. Like so. Cut across. Maybe there's a little tree trunk that lives right here. See? And you can put these everywhere you want to. Watch here. You can just take the knife and scrape in all kinds of little things. And when this is all finished, some of these will show, and people will think you spent just days and days working with your little one-haired brush putting them in. Don't tell them any different. Shh. Keep our secret. Now let's take a 1-inch brush, and I'm going to dip it right into some of the liquid white. I'm going to yellow, and I'm going to reach up here and grab some sap green. So I've got cad yellow, sap green, and there's a little liquid white on the brush. That makes the paint thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now, let's put some leaves on this. This is what begins bringing this painting alive. And worry about little forms here. Don't just throw them on at random. See? Make little forms. Think about there's all kind of little individual limbs living in there. All right. We can add some yellow ochre to that. And put another happy little bush. And you can put as many or as few bushes as you want. But do the bush that you think is the farthest away first, and then work forward. That way you have layers of bushes. Add a little Indian yellow to that. But these layers, once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but it's important. These layers create the illusion of distance in your painting. Here I'm using the brush sideways and just, can you see that? Pushing it upward. That's all there is to it. Push and bend. Okay. Let's go over here on the other side. Now you have to start making some big decisions. Big decisions. There's trees that live in here. So you have to sort of pick them out. Pull them out. There they are. See that? There he is. Here's one back here. Just decide where trees live in your world and put them in. Put them in. Maybe we'll use, I want to add a touch of the bright red here. Boy, this'll make a nice one. Don't go too crazy with this red, because it's a fireball. There's a nice little color. And right in here, we'll have another little bush. See, but they're just layered, one after the other. One after the other. Looks like a nice place to go fishing. Now then, I'm going to add a little more of the sap green. Just bring this brush to a nice chisel edge. I'll go up here and put on a little bit of highlight onto the evergreens. See there? Don't kill all your dark. Be careful not to kill all your dark areas. They're very important. There. Okay, there we go. A little bit on this tree. Don't want him left out. Don't want him left out. I tell you what, if you had a beautiful place like this, you'd have to have a way to get up here and catch that big trout that lives in there. I know the trout lives in there. Let's take some Van Dyke Brown. And let's go right in here. And maybe there's a happy little path. See how easy a little path is to make? There he goes. And we're going to let him go around behind that tree. We don't know where it goes. It just goes right on around there and hides. We'll take some brown and some white. And then very lightly, barely touch. There's a little blue in there too. Brown, white, touch of blue. It makes gray. See? Just put some highlight on there. Now then, we want to set that path down into the painting. Let me get another 1-inch brush here. A little bit of the liquid white. Load it full of color. Now to set this path down into the painting, watch here. Push a few little bushes that come right over it. See? There's another happy little bush. And we'll just push that path right back. Look at there, it just disappeared. We don't know where it's going now. And we don't care. Like so. Then we can take the knife and very gently scrape in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Let a few go right on over like that. And we'll take a liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner on it. Let's sign this. We'll call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this, and I thank you for joining me today. I look forward to seeing you again in the very near future. From all of us, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Got your paint set up, ready to do a fantastic painting with me? Good. Tell you what, let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting at home with me. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here in the canvas and talk a little bit. Now, I'll tell you what, I like to share things with you. I've got to show you a picture of the youngest painter that I have met lately. And this is William. And William I met in Springfield, Missouri. He's 4 years old, and he is a fantastic painter. He brought his picture in and let me see it. And certainly glad to have William working with us. Now, the canvas is an 18 by 24, and I've completely covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all slick and it's ready to go. Let's do it. Let's start out today with a least little touch of cad yellow into the large brush. Just tap a little color in there. Okay? And you have to make a decision right off today. Where's your horizon going to be? Let's make it right about here. Let's do it. Such a beautiful day. Let's do a fantastic, bright, shiny painting today. One that'll make you happy. Put a little bit of yellow in there. Let it blend with the liquid white. Okay. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going back into yellow ochre. Just tap a little bit of the yellow ochre right into the same old dirty brush. Okay. Now, right above the yellow, I'm going to add a little touch of the yellow ochre. Just like so. And let it blend right in also. See how easy that is? Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going into a touch of bright red. Just a touch. It's very, very strong. It'll eat up your whole world in one heartbeat. Now, right along here, I'm going to add a little touch of the red. And just sort of let it play on out through here, wherever. Let it have fun. Now, with what little's left on the brush, I'm just going to mix it with a little bit of liquid white on the canvas. And just make sort of a nice little peachy color right here. Now, very lightly, we can blend all this together. So we have layers of color. Okay, same old dirty brush. Add a little titanium white. And we'll go right in here. I want this area right in here to be nice and bright and shiny. So I'm going to add just straight titanium white and work it in. Now when this is done, this area will be bright and shiny. It doesn't look shiny now because it's against a light background. but we're going to put some dark colors in there, and then it'll happen. Okay, let's take us a little bit of alizarin crimson and some phthalo blue. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Proportionately, we need much more crimson than blue. Just mix it on the brush. Let's go right back up in here. Now this should make a nice lavender color, and I'm just going to go right around in here and begin spinning in just the indication of some happy little cloud shapes here and there. Some beautiful little colors happening here. Just sort of work them in. Just mix them in, blend them. There, make all kinds of little things just happen. Don't kill all this pink. Leave some of it in there so it shines through the clouds. Okay, a little touch more. And maybe there's a happy little cloud that just sort of, there he comes. We'll try it out in there, wherever you want him. Now I'm going to add a little bit more of the phthalo blue. Still haven't cleaned the brush. And then with this phthalo blue, we'll put a little bit of blue right up here at the top, like so. See there? Maybe a little touch right there just to bring it all together. Now then, time to clean the brush. That's the fun part. Odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And you totally redecorate the studio. Now at home, I suggest you get your brush beater rack and put it in the bottom of a trash can so you don't change your whole decor in a matter of seconds. Now with a clean dry brush, I'm going to begin blending this entire sky together. Just very gently. Just sort of mix it up, blend it. Blend it. Little circular strokes, crisscross strokes, whatever it takes to make some nice effects. Just sort of look at your painting. Each painting is going to be a little different. Never can copy. They're always individual. Look at all the beautiful things that are happening in that sky. Isn't that a super way to make a fantastic sky very quickly and very easy? Shoot, I used to work myself to death trying to create a sky like that. And it's easy. It's very easy. You can do it. Ooh, you could do it. There we go. Ain't that easy? That easy. We have one dynamite sky. Beautiful. Beautiful sky. Now you can also see how that light area just sort of jumps out at you after you put the dark on. Clean the brush. Beat the devil out of it. And we're ready. Tell you what, let's play a little bit with a little oval brush. And I'm going to go right in here. Let's take some alizarin crimson, a little bit of black, and some brown. Put some dark sienna in there too. What the heck? A little touch of white just to lighten it up so we can see what we have. Ooh, that's a nice color. Clean the knife off. I just cleaned the knife on paper towels if you wonder where I'm going over there. Okay, this is the little oval brush. See, it's round. There you can see it. It's round. Okay. Load a little paint on it. Let's have a little footy hill back here in the distance somewhere. And all I'm going to do is just take this brush and tap. See, look at all the little, looks like little treetops far, far away. Just hundreds of them, that quick. Boy, that's sneaky, huh? Now I left a little bit of this yellow underneath because I want to blend it out and create mist. And I want the mist to have sort of a yellowish hue to it, so it looks like there's light playing through there. Now with a large brush, I'm just going to tap the base of this. Don't touch the top, just the base. Just tapping. Okay, very lightly, very lightly. Just lift it up, blend it together. Now then, now see the soft, nice misty area right into here? That's what'll help create the illusion of distance when we get a little farther along in the painting. Now then, got to make some big decisions. We'll just use that same old color. Same old color. That was, what did we have there? We had a alizarin crimson, some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna, whatever. You can throw a little black in there too if you want to. All we're looking for now is a nice darkish color to lay down for a base coat, and then on top of that we'll put a light color. Just tap the brush in there. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to make big decisions. Let's start creating some land masses in here. All you do is just touch and tap. Just tap it downward. See there? That easy. That easy. And we can create a nice little land area back here. You don't want to kill this misty area. This little misty area between the dark and the foothill is the only thing you have to separate. You need to save it, treasure it. It's your good friend. Good friend. Now then, I'll just use the same old dirty brush. What the heck? I'm lazy, don't like to clean brushes. Take a little yellow, a little cad yellow, a little sap green. We'll jump over here and get some yellow ochre too. What the heck? It doesn't matter. Tap the brush. Tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's put some little highlights. You need that dark in order to make that light show. See there? Look at that. Look at that. You can make beautiful, soft little grassy areas. That easy. That easy. Just tap them in. Following the lay of the land. This is where you begin creating the shape of your land. So it's very important that you pay attention to the angles here. See, and that easy. You have a plane back here all finished up. Tell you what, I'm going to get a new brush. Let's take the same color. We'll use some Alizarin crimson, some black, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Throw a little sap green or two. What the heck? As long as it's dark, that's the big thing. Tap the brush. Okay. Now we have to make another big decision. Maybe there's another plane or another layer of land that comes right down in front of that one. Maybe like that. See, when you have this much power, you have to make decisions. You have to make decisions. You can move mountains and rivers. There, and all we're doing here is applying the dark, so our light will show. There we go. See how easy that is? In reality, you could put this on with a paint roller. All you're doing is putting on dark for a base coat. It's going to be the shadows. It'll be the shadows in all the little grassy areas here. There. And you're tapping quite firmly here. Just really, this is where you take out all your hostilities. This is better than going home and arguing with your spouse or kicking the dog or whatever. There we go. Well, that young fellow I showed you at the beginning of the show, he's some painter, isn't he? As I say, I met him in Springfield, Missouri. We did a show there for the PBS station, and he came to see us. Fantastic young man. We met so many super people there. Looking forward to going back in the near future. There. Okay. Well, I just got carried away here talking and just cover up the whole canvas. Why not? Let's just cover up the whole canvas. It doesn't make any difference. There. Okay, just tap. See, I like to leave some of these light areas, and here's the reason I tap instead of just painting all this. Because some of these little light areas will show through, and it just makes nice looking places. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's use the old round brush. We'll have some fun. We'll take the round brush and go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little touch of the dark sienna, and all I'm doing is tapping very firmly to load it. Just tap. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a little clump of trees that live right in here. They live right in there. Now start at the bottom and work up. So it'll pick up the liquid white and get lighter and lighter in value as it works upward, because more light's going to shine through these limbs and everything up here. Much more light. There we go. A little touch more of the paint. Maybe there's a happy tree right there. We don't know. Just wherever you want a little tree to live in your world, that's the right place for it. That is the right place. There we go. Look at that. Already, you got the basic shape for some nice little trees. Yeah, let's take our old script liner brush, and I'll just use some paint thinner and go right into the brown. We want to thin this paint down until it's very thin. Turn the brush, turn it, pull it out. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Let's go up here. Now then, we need a few tree trunks in here. There we go. Now if your paint does not flow, add a little more of the paint thinner to it. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Maybe there's a few out in here. Now at home you have unlimited time. You can do a much better job. You can put all kinds of details in here and little tree branches and limbs and a squirrel or two here and there. Oh, you can get crazy. This is where the little bunny rabbit hides out. He's my friend. Okay. I'm going back into the brown. Right now it looks like all the foliage is on the back of the tree. I want some on this side too. So using the same color here and there, I'm just going to tap in a little foliage on this side of the tree. See? That way it doesn't look like it's all on the other side of the tree, like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your tree in two and it fell off on the floor. There we go. That easy. Now then, let's get us a big fan brush. I'm going to take some black, Prussian blue, sap green. Just a good dark color here. Mix that up, clean knife. Let's take the old fan brush and load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Just really fill it up. Boy, look at that. A lot of paint in there. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's a happy little evergreen tree who lives right there. Right there. We don't have anything but happy trees. Just work back and forth. Now see how this dark color shows up against that light? The contrast there is beautiful. Just really jumps out at you. Really jumps out. That's what makes your painting beautiful. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's make a whole clump of trees. We don't want one old tree laying up here lonely. You get sad and start crying. Nothing worse than an unhappy tree. I had one bite me one time when I was little. There. Okay. There's one right here. You gotta have a place for the little birds to sit. They like to hide in these kind of trees. They can hide in there and the hawks and the stuff can't see them. There we go. And you sort of have to make a decision here, how many trees you want in your world. Tell you what, maybe there's a tiny one here. Then I won't quit. I get carried away with these trees. Are so much fun. Just put a little one right there. Okay, I'm going back to the old brush that has some of the yellows and greens on it that we were using to make the little grassy areas. Let's tap a little more of that color in there. Go right up here. I want to create the illusion of a little bit of there. See? Nice soft little area. We're going to let that pick up some of this dark color. Look at there. Just let it work right on out. Right on out. And all you have to do here is just tap. No big deal. Easy to do. See how you can push those trees right back? I'm going to let it get darker and darker, darker back in here. There's a lot of shadow over here. So don't add any new color. Just use that same old dark color and let it pick up all the dark and just fade right into nothing. See how soft? You can do it. Maybe there's a nice little thing right there. I don't know. Wherever. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's take the knife. I'm going to use some dark sienna, a little bit of white, pull it out flat, and cut across to get that little roll of paint. Okay? Now then, let's go right up here, and let's just put the indication of a little tree trunk. Put one in there, doop, doop, wherever you want them. We don't know how many trees live back here in this clump. This is a family, and they're happy back here. A few little arms and sticks and twigs. Tell you what, let's do. Let's use our oval brush. We'll go into some yellow, some sap green. Pull that brush through there, wiggle it, bring it to a nice sharp edge. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now then, let's come right down here and let's just put, ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at all the little, this little brush is just fantastic for making thousands of little limbs there. Just there they go. See them? Look at all those little devils. And this brush being oval, they're sort of roundish. It gives it shape, gives it some character. Put some on this one, don't want him to get upset because he doesn't have any. I hope you can see all the little details that brush makes. There we go. Let's go right over here. There it goes. And you can put as many as you want on there. Okay. It's such a nice little area. Tell you what, let's build a house back here. Shoot. Let's take some Van Dyke brown. Pull it out, grab us some on the knife. You have to make a big decision. Maybe the house lives right there. See, right in front of our tree. Put that on. Now we'll come over here. Let's put the other side of the roof. Just like building a house. There we go. Just lay in a nice base color, a dark color. There. That easy. Now then, we need a front on him. In your world, you look around and see what kind of house you want, and you put him in there. Maybe you want to put an old barn in yours. Maybe we'll make this one a barn. Who knows? We'll see what happens here. Sort of look at it and see, making big decisions later. Okay, I'm going to take some of the bright red and some dark sienna. Now then, let's put a red roof on this one. We'll start here and just let it sort of bounce. Just boop, 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 right down. Got to make that little noise or it doesn't work. See there? See this old roof? Boy, he's like me. He's old and had a rough life. The rain's coming through on him. Now then, let's take some white, a little bit of the dark sienna. There, very good. Let's touch, no pressure. Old wood, no pressure. Just like when we put snow on the mountains, no pressure. I like to teach people to put snow on the mountains because if you can do that, then all this other stuff with a knife becomes very easy. It's the best way to make friends with that knife. Sometimes it's neat to take a tiny bit of yellow, a little yellow, and put in there. See? Isn't that neat? It's a little yellow ochre. Make it look old and tired. Now, on the other side, very dark over here. Bloom, doom, just a little indication. Now then, I'll take just a point of the knife, and we'll just make some old boards in here, just by pulling down. Look at that. Well, I wished it was that easy to build a house. There we go. Well, we got the old shed. Now we can chop it up and get our perspective right. We just did a housectomy. Now, maybe, I tell you what, maybe this old guy's like me. Maybe he ran out of room and had to build him a shed out here. See? That easy. That easy. Got a little shed. I'm a junk collector, so I'm always needing a place to put all my stuff. There we go. A little bit of this color out here. Zoop, zoop. Bring it all together. A few little boards. See, right there would be a good place to get the small knife and sneak right in there. Look at that. That little knife comes in handy sometime. Tell you what, when I got that little knife, take some brown. Maybe there's a little window up here. Put a little white around it, like so. Shoot, that was so much fun. Let's put a little window right there. See, and just cut around it, let that color show through. And you're in business. That easy. All right. Now then, let's take some yellow on the brush, and now we can use this to sort of clean up his foots. So you tap in all these little grassy things here. Follow the lay of the land. We'll reach over here and we'll get some Indian yellow. Here and there, a little touch of the bright red. Just let that all work together. Look there. Just layer after layer after layer. Boy, that's one poor looking old house. Carpenter had about as much ambition as I do. It's lazy. another hill, and as many as you want. There. And just bring some right down in here, like so. I'll tell you what, let's do here. Let's have some fun. Maybe get us a big gob of dark color here, some black and some blue, some sap green. Just good dark color. We don't care what it is. Doesn't matter. Okay, load the big brush full. We'll have some fun. Let's do a big evergreen tree on the other side. Don't want the other side to be left out. Okay, let's go right here. Here he is. Just the corner of the brush. We're sort of working back and forth. And we'll put a big old tree right there. Son of a gun, that's a big tree. It's growing every minute too. Time we get through, we may have a giant redwood. That easy. Let's give him one little friend. We don't want him to get lonely over here. Just like that. We don't care in here. We'll separate that with highlights. And maybe, see here, we'll just bring the landmass right down through here. Just put a little color in there. And that quick, we got a little color. Then we can take our yellows, greens. See here, we need that dark to make this stand out. And then we can just begin tapping in layer after layer after layer. All these soft little grassy areas, just let them go. And the more you tap, the smoother and softer they get. There. I'll go back to the old oval brush. Load some of the green in it. Oh, I'll tell you what, we need a tree trunk. We'll take some brown and white. We'll put the indication of a little tree trunk, like so. Now with the oval brush, put some, look at there. Put some leaves on this tree. Make him stand out in the sun and shine. There we go. There we go. Darker, darker, darker as it goes down toward the base. A little bit right in here. There. All kinds of little things. Let's have some fun. What the heck? I'm going to take the brown on my liner brush. Maybe back here in the distance somewhere there's a little fence. It goes right on off over the hill. We don't know where it goes. A few little indications here and there. There we go. And fences are a lot of fun to make. I enjoy it. Tell you what, let's make a big fence. I'm running out of time here, but we'll do it anyway. What the heck? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and one that we can't even see. A little brown and white, give him a little highlight, like so, and you can put a little fence in there. And we take a little liquid white, cut across it, just the heel of the knife. Soon, look at there. Isn't that an easy way to make wire? You can put as many strands as you want on there, just that easy. I think we have one that's about ready to sign. Take a little thinner, a little of the bright red, and we'll sign this one. Sincerely hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you again next time. And until then, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Got your paint set up, ready to do a fantastic painting with me? Good. Tell you what, let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting at home with me. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here in the canvas and talk a little bit. Now, I'll tell you what, I like to share things with you. I've got to show you a picture of the youngest painter that I have met lately. And this is William. And William I met in Springfield, Missouri. He's 4 years old, and he is a fantastic painter. He brought his picture in and let me see it. And certainly glad to have William working with us. Now, the canvas is an 18 by 24, and I've completely covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all slick and it's ready to go. Let's do it. Let's start out today with a least little touch least little touch of cad yellow into the large brush. Just tap a little color in there. Okay? And you have to make a decision right off today. Where's your horizon going to be? Let's make it right about here. Let's do it. Such a beautiful day. Let's do a fantastic, bright, shiny painting today. One that'll make you happy. Put a little bit of yellow in there. Let it blend with the liquid white. Okay. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going back into yellow ochre. Just tap a little bit of the yellow ochre right into the same old dirty brush. Okay. Now, right above the yellow, I'm going to add a little touch of the yellow ochre. Just like so. And let it blend right in also. See how easy that is? Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going into a touch of bright red. Just a touch. It's very, very strong. It'll eat up your whole world in one heartbeat. Now, right along here, I'm going to add a little touch of the red. And just sort of let it play on out through here. Wherever. Just let it have fun. Now, with what little's left on the brush, I'm just going to mix it with a little bit of liquid white on the canvas. And just make sort of a nice little peachy color right here. Now, very lightly, we can blend all this together. So we have layers of color. Okay, same old dirty brush. Add a little titanium white. And we'll go right in here. I want this area right in here to be nice and bright and shiny. So I'm going to add just straight titanium white and work it in. Now when this is done, this area will be bright and shiny. It doesn't look shiny now because it's against a light background. But we're going to put some dark colors in there and then it'll happen. Okay, let's take us a little bit of alizarin crimson and some phthalo blue. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Proportionately, we need much more crimson than blue. Just mix it on the brush. Let's go right back up in here. Now let's make a nice lavender color. And I'm just going to go right around in here and begin spinning in just the indication of some happy little cloud shapes here and there. Some beautiful little colors happening here. Just sort of work them in. Just mix them in, blend them. There, make all kinds of little things just happen. Don't kill all this pink. Leave some of it in there so it shines through the clouds. Okay, a little touch more. Maybe there's a happy little cloud that just sort of, there he comes, floats right out in there. Wherever you want him. Now, I'm going to add a little bit more of the phthalo blue. Still haven't cleaned the brush. And then with this phthalo blue, we'll put a little bit of blue right up here at the top. Like so. See there? Maybe a little touch right there just to bring it all together. Now then, time to clean the brush. That's the fun part. Odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And you totally redecorate the studio. Now at home, I suggest you get your brush beater right and put it in the bottom of a trash can so you don't change your whole decor in a matter of seconds. Now with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to begin blending this entire sky together. Just very gently. Just sort of mix it up, blend it. Blend it. Little circular strokes, crisscross strokes, whatever it takes to make some nice effects. Just sort of look at your painting. Each painting is going to be a little different. Never can copy. They're always individual. Look at all the beautiful things that are happening in that sky. Isn't that a super way to make a fantastic sky very quickly and very easy? Shoot, I used to work myself to death trying to create a sky like that. And it's easy. It's very easy. You can do it. Knew you could do it. There we go. Ain't that easy? That easy. We have one dynamite sky. Beautiful. Beautiful sky. Now you can also see how that light area just sort of jumps out at you after you put the dark on. Clean the brush. Beat the devil out of it. And we're ready. Tell you what, let's play a little bit with a little oval brush. And I'm going to go right in here let's take some alizarin crimson, a little bit of black, and some brown. Put some dark sienna in there too. What the heck? A little touch of white just to lighten it up so we can see what we have. Ooh, that's a nice color. Clean the knife off. I just cleaned the knife on paper towels if you wonder where I'm going over there. Okay, this is the little oval brush. See, it's round. There you can see it. It's round. Okay, load a little paint on it. Let's have a little footy hill back here in the distance somewhere. And all I'm going to do is just take this brush and tap. See, look at all the little, looks like little treetops far, far away. Just hundreds of them, that quick. Boy, that's sneaky, huh? Now I left a little bit of this yellow underneath because I want to blend it out and create mist. And I want the mist to have sort of a yellowish hue to it, so it looks like there's light playing through there. Now with a large brush, I'm just going to tap the base of this. Don't touch the top, just the base. Just tapping. Okay, very lightly, very lightly. Just lift it up, blend it together. Now then, now see the soft, nice misty area right into here? That's what'll help create the illusion of distance when we get a little farther along in the painting. Now then, got to make some big decisions. We'll just use that same old color. Same old color. That was, what did we have there? We had a alizarin crimson, some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna, whatever. You can throw a little black in there too if you want to. All we're looking for now is a nice darkish color to lay down for a base coat, and then on top of that we'll put a light color. Just tap the brush in there. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to make big decisions. Let's start creating some land masses in here. All you do is just touch and tap. Just tap it downward. See there? That easy. That easy. And we can create a nice little land area back here. You don't want to kill this misty area. This little misty area between the dark and the foothill is the only thing you have to separate. You need to save it, treasure it. It's your good friend. Good friend. Now then, I'll just use the same old dirty brush. What the heck? I'm lazy, don't like to clean brushes. Take a little yellow, a little cad yellow, a little sap green. We'll jump over here and get some yellow ochre too. What the heck? It doesn't matter. Tap the brush. Tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's put some little highlights. You need that dark in order to make that light show. See there? Look at that. Look at that. You can make beautiful, soft little grassy areas. That easy. That easy. Just tap them in. Following the lay of the land. This is where you begin creating the shape of your land. So it's very important that you pay attention to the angles here. See, and that easy. You have a plane back here all finished up. Tell you what, I'm going to get a new brush. Let's take the same color. We'll use some alizarin crimson, some black, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Throw a little sap green there too. What the heck? As long as it's dark, that's the big thing. Tap the brush. Okay. Now we have to make another big decision. Maybe there's another plane or another layer of land that comes right down in front of that one. Maybe like that. See, when you have this much power, you have to make decisions. You have to make decisions. You can move mountains and rivers. There, and all we're doing here is applying the dark so our light will show. There we go. See how easy that is? In reality, you could put this on with a paint roller. All you're doing is putting on dark for a base coat. It's going to be the shadows. It'll be the shadows in all the little grassy areas here. There. And you're tapping quite firmly here. Just really, this is where you take out all your hostilities. This is better than going home and arguing with your spouse or kicking the dog or whatever. There we go. Boy, that young fellow I showed you at the beginning of the show, he's some painter, isn't he? As I say, I met him in Springfield, Missouri. We did a show there for the PBS station, and he came to see us fantastic young men. We met so many super people there. Looking forward to going back in the near future. There. Okay. Well, I just got carried away here talking and just cover up the whole canvas. Why not? Let's just cover up the whole canvas. It doesn't make any difference. There. Okay, just tap. See, I like to leave some of these light areas, and here's the reason I tap instead of just painting all this. Because some of these little light areas will show through, and it just makes nice looking places. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's use the old round brush. We'll have some fun. We'll take the round brush and go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little touch of the dark sienna, and all I'm doing is tapping very firmly to load it. Just tap. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a little clump of trees that live right in here. They live right in there. Now start at the bottom and work up. So to pick up the liquid white and get lighter and lighter in value as it works upward, because more light's going to shine through these limbs and everything up here. Much more light. There we go. A little touch more of the paint. Maybe there's a happy tree right there. We don't know. Just wherever you want a little tree to live in your world, that's the right place for it. That is the right place. There we go. Look at that. Already, you got the basic shape for some nice little trees. Yeah, let's take our old script liner brush, and I'll just use some paint thinner and go right into the brown. We want to thin this paint down until it's very thin. Turn the brush, turn it, pull it out. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Let's go up here. Now then, we need a few tree trunks in here. There we go. Now if your paint does not flow, add a little more of the paint thinner to it. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Maybe there's a few out in here. Now at home you have unlimited time. You can do a much better job. You can put all kinds of details in here and little tree branches and limbs and a squirrel or two here and there. Oh, you can get crazy. This is where the little bunny rabbit hides out. He's my friend. Okay. I'm going back into the brown. Right now it looks like all the foliage is on the back of the tree. I want some on this side too. So using the same color here and there, I'm just going to tap in a little foliage on this side of the tree. See? That way it doesn't look like it's all on the other side of the tree, like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your tree in two and it fell off on the floor. There we go. That easy. Now then, let's get us a big fan brush. I'm going to take some black, Prussian blue, sap green. Just a good dark color here. Mix that up, clean knife. Let's take the old fan brush and load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Just really fill it up. Boy, look at that. A lot of paint in there. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's a happy little evergreen tree who lives right there. Right there. We don't have anything but happy trees. Just work back and forth. Now see how this dark color shows up against that light? The contrast there is beautiful. Just really jumps out at you. Really jumps out. So it makes your painting beautiful. Okay, I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a whole clump of trees. We don't want one old tree laying up here lonely. You get sad and start crying. Nothing worse than an unhappy tree. I had one bite me one time when I was little. There. Okay. There's one right here. You've got to have a place for the little birds to sit. They like to hide in these kind of trees. They can hide in there and the hawks and the stuff can't see them. There we go. And you sort of have to make a decision here, how many trees you want in your world. Tell you what, maybe there's a tiny one here. Then I won't quit. I get carried away with these trees. Are so much fun. Just put a little one right there. Okay, I'm going back to the old brush that has some of the yellows and greens on it that we were using to make the little grassy areas. Let's tap a little more of that color in there. Go right up here. I want to create the illusion of a little bit of, there, see? Nice soft little area. We're going to let that pick up some of this dark color. Look at there. Just let it work right on out. Right on out. And all you have to do here is just tap. No big deal. Easy to do. See how you can push those trees right back? I'm going to let it get darker and darker, darker back in here. There's a lot of shadow over here. So don't add any new color. Just use that same little dark color and let it pick up all the dark and just fade right into nothing. See how soft? You can do it. Maybe there's a nice little thing right there. I don't know. Wherever. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's take the knife. I'm going to use some dark sienna, a little bit of white, pull it out flat, and cut across to get that little roll of paint, okay? Now then, let's go right up here, and let's just put the indication of a little tree trunk. Put one in there, doop, doop, wherever you want them. We don't know how many trees live back here in this clump. This is a family, and they're happy back here. A few little arms and sticks and twigs. Tell you what, let's do. Let's use our oval brush. We'll go into some yellow, some sap green. Pull that brush through there, wiggle it, bring it to a nice sharp edge. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now then, let's come right down here and let's just put, ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at all the little, this little brush is just fantastic for making thousands of little limbs there. Just, there they go. See them? Look at all those little devils. And this brush being oval, they're sort of roundish. It gives it shape. Gives it some character. Put some on this one, don't want him to get upset because he doesn't have any. I hope you can see all the little details that brush makes. There we go. Let's go right over here. There it goes. And you can put as many as you want on there. Okay. It's such a nice little area. Tell you what, let's build a house back here. Shoot. Let's take some Van Dyke brown, pull it out, grab us some on the knife. You have to make a big decision. Maybe the house lives right there. See, right in front of our tree. Put that on. Now we'll come over here. Let's put the other side of the roof. Just like building a house. There we go. Just lay in a nice base color, a dark color. There. That easy. Now then, we need a front on him. In your world, you look around and see what kind of house you want, and you put him in there. Maybe you want to put an old barn in yours. Maybe we'll make this one a barn. Who knows? We'll see what happens here. Sort of look at it and see, making big decisions later. Okay, I'm going to take some of the bright red and some dark sienna. Now then, let's put a red roof on this one. We'll start here and just let it sort of bounce. Just boop, 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 right down. Got to make that little noise or it doesn't work. Do, 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 do. See there? See this old roof? Boy, he's like me. He's old and had a rough life. The rain's coming through on him. Now then, let's take some white, a little bit of the dark sienna. There, very good. Let's touch, no pressure. Old wood, no pressure. Just like when we put snow on the mountains, no pressure. I like to teach people to put snow on the mountains because if you can do that, then all this other stuff with a knife becomes very easy. It's the best way to make friends with that knife. Sometimes it's neat to take a tiny bit of yellow, a little yellow, and put in there. See? Isn't that neat? This little yellow ochre. Make it look old and tired. Now, on the other side, very dark over here. Bloom, doom, just a little indication. Now then, I'll take just a point of the knife and we'll just make some old boards in here just by pulling down. Look at that. Well, I wished it was that easy to build a house. Well, we got the old shed. Now we can chop it up and get our perspective right. We just did a houseectomy. Now, maybe, I tell you what, maybe this old guy's like me. Maybe he ran out of room and had to build him a shed out here. See? That easy. That easy. Got a little shed. I'm a junk collector, so I'm always needing a place to put all my stuff. There we go. A little bit of this color out here. Soup, soup. Bring it all together. A few little boards. See, right there would be a good place to get the small knife and sneak right in there. Look at that. That little knife comes in handy sometime. Tell you what, when I got that little knife, take some brown. Maybe there's a little window up here. Put a little white around it, like so. Shoot, that was so much fun. Let's put a little window right there. See, and just cut around it, let that color show through. And you're in business. That easy. All right. Now then, let's take some yellow on the brush, and now we can use this to sort of clean up his foots. So you tap in all these little grassy things here. Follow the lay of the land. We'll reach over here and we'll get some Indian yellow. Here and there, a little touch of the bright red. Just let that all work together. Look there. Just layer after layer after layer. Boy, that's one poor looking old house. Carpenter had about as much ambition as I do. It's lazy. There we go. Just another hill, and as many as you want. There. And just bring some right down in here. Like so. I'll tell you what, let's do here. Let's have some fun. Maybe get us a big gob of dark color here, some black and some blue, some sap green. Just good dark color. We don't care what it is. Doesn't matter. Okay, load the big brush full. We'll have some fun. Let's do a big evergreen tree on the other side. Don't want the other side to be left out. Okay, let's go right here. Here he is. Just the corner of the brush. We're sort of working back and forth. And we'll put a big old tree right there. Son of a gun, that's a big tree. It's growing every minute, too. Time we get through, we may have a giant redwood. That easy. Let's give him one little friend. We don't want him to get lonely over here. Just like that. We don't care in here. We'll separate that with highlights. And maybe, see here, we'll just bring the landmass right down through here. Just put a little color in there. And that quick, we got a little color. Then we can take our yellows, greens. See here, we need that dark to make this stand out. And then we can just begin tapping in layer after layer after layer. All these soft little grassy areas. Just let them go. And the more you tap, the smoother and softer they get. There. I'm going to go back to the old oval brush. Load some of the green in it. Oh, I tell you what, we need a tree trunk. We'll take some brown and white. We'll put the indication of a little tree trunk. Like so. Now with the oval brush, we'll put some, look at there. Put some leaves on this tree. Make him stand out in the sun and shine. There we go. There we go. Darker, darker, darker as it goes down toward the base. A little bit right in here. There. All kinds of little things. Let's have some fun. What the heck? I'm going to take the brown on my liner brush. Maybe back here in the distance somewhere there's a little fence. It goes right on off over the hill. We don't know where it goes. A few little indications here and there. There we go. And fences are a lot of fun to make. I enjoy it. Tell you what, let's make a big fence. I'm running out of time here, but we'll do it anyway. What the heck? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and one that we can't even see. A little brown and white. Give him a little highlight, like so. And you can put a little fence in there. We take a little liquid white, cut across it, just the heel of the knife. So, look at there. Isn't that an easy way to make wire? You can put as many strands as you want on there. Just that easy. I think we have one that's about ready to sign. Take a little thinner, a little bright red, and we'll sign this one. Sincerely hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you again next time. And until then, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting, maybe it's deep in the woods and it's very dark and misty, and I think you'll enjoy it, Evan. So let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. I have the good old standard 18 by 24 inch canvas, and I've already covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all wet and slick, and it's ready to do a fantastic oil painting on. So let's just take off and have some fun. Today, let's start. Tell you what, let's use a little phthalo blue. We'll pick up a little sap green. So we have phthalo blue and sap green. Just sort of mix them on the brush. A little bit of paint. I don't have a whole bunch of paint. Now then, if we're going to be deep in the woods, we need just some nice colors back in here. So just sort of dance this around, twirl it, let it play. Don't get it too even. We want it to be dark in areas and light in areas, and use a lot of pressure in places and no pressure in places. A lot of pressure and no pressure. Just make all these little different things happen. Just like so. Just like so. A little more color on the brush, and we'll just cover the whole top of the canvas like this. Really push hard when you want it to be darker, and then where you want it light, just let it caress the canvas. Just very gentle and very soft. And then every once in a while you can get tough and just grind it in. See, it makes a nice dark spot. That's blue, that's phthalo blue, and sap green. Just mix on the brush. There, I want a little darker right in there. And you don't care where this goes. Just let it blend down and play. Wherever, it makes no difference. Okay. Now then, let me wash the brush. And we wash our brush with odorless thinner. I have a screen in the bottom of this bucket that I scrub the brush against. Shake out the excess. Just beat the devil out of it. That's all there is to it. Now then, with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to go right back up in here and just bring all this together. Now you can overblend it till it becomes just one solid mass of color. I don't want to lose all these light and dark areas here. I just want to bring it together just about like so, right in there. Right in there. Sometimes it's hard to stop. Things get working so well, you just want to keep going. There. When we're all finished, I hope this looks like trees way back in the distance. All kinds of little things will be happening back here. Okay. That gives us a nice little background. We'll just go across, take out the brush strokes. I'm going to have some water down here. So I'll use some phthalo blue, some sap green, and I'll add a little black. We'll make this dark. And I'm going to have water maybe right in here. Add a little bit more to the blackish color. There we go. I want this to be dark. Start at the bottom because I want it to be the darkest, and then work back upward. That way it's going to pick up the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. That's where our water will be, somewhere in there. We don't really care right now. There, then. Okay, wash the old brush one more time. That's the most fun part of this whole technique, is just washing the brush. Sometimes they slip out of your hand and go across the room. There. Now I'm going to take a liner brush, put some thinner on it, and go right into a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Now this paint is thin like water. It's about the consistency of ink. Turn that brush. Pull it to a nice sharp point. See there? Good. Let's go up here. Now then, we're going to start making some decisions. There's all kind of trees that live in here. Just wherever you think they should live, that's where they'll live. Look at them. These are faraway trees. And we can just put the indication here and there of a happy little limb. If it doesn't want to flow off your brush, add a little bit more of the thinner, see? And then it'll just flow. And I'm just going to put in some basic indications. When you're at home and you have all kinds of time, you can put in just as many or as few as you want. There we go. Just wherever you think there should be a tree, that's exactly where it should be. And you can lift up. Some people find it easier to lift upward. Some find it easier to pull downward. Try it both ways. Whichever works the best for you, then that's the right way. There. See? Just as many as you want or as few. And don't make them all straight. Trees grow every which way. Some of them have little kinks in them, and they're like people. Everybody's different. Trees are different. Let them be individuals. Let them have personalities. There they go. See all them little rascals? Well, it looks like woods already back here. Now, sometimes it's nice when these paintings dry to have a tree trunk that has some shine to it. So for that, I use liquid clear. Take a little liquid clear and thin the paint down. Now put these in tree trunks that are a little bit closer. Now when this dries, these trunks, it'll look almost like they're glazed. And by glaze, that's a thin paint with an oil base that's put over. The old masters used to use a lot of glazing. It's very pretty. See, and that'll help push all those back here farther back. There we go. There. Just wherever you want these. There we go. Don't want to get too carried away here. You could spend all day just putting in all kinds of beautiful little tree trunks. All right. The old liner brush does fantastic things. A liner brush is nice because it has a long hair on it. Long hair. And it holds a lot of paint. Okay. Now then, today I'm going to use the oval brush. And I'm going to mix up. Let's take some of that phthalo blue, a little sap green, and I'm going to reach right over here, grab a little touch of white, a little more to the bluish side. There we go. So that's phthalo blue, sap green, touch of white. I'm going to add a little black. It's too bright. Too bright. A little more white so we can see what we got. Good. Good. Very nice. Now let's take the old oval brush and just load a little bit of paint. We don't want a whole bunch yet. Let's go right up in here and then just begin just putting a few little details. See how it makes, that oval brush makes it look like there's thousands of little leaves on those rascals. Super for that. And I'm just barely tapping. Barely tapping. Just sort of look at where you think they might live and drop them in. Drop them in. Now if you want them to have more curve on them, then hold the brush downward. If you want them to be straight, go straight in, see? Isn't that neat? Just barely touching. Allow the canvas to take off what it wants. And maybe down in here we're getting into some things that are a little bit thicker. Some nice bushy creatures that live here. Just like so. And some that just sort of float around. Look at there. There's one. He lives right there. So you can just have as many or as few as you want in your world. All kinds of little things. So it pushes everything back. All right. Maybe over in here there's Just some little indications. These will just sort of show through and it'll look like there's all kinds of little branches and leaves. And squirrels have to have a place to hide. I call squirrels tree urchins because they live in a tree. I have a whole bunch of them around where I live, and they come down and I feed them. They come and eat all the time at the house. I have all kinds of little creatures. I have raccoons and some possums and bunny rabbits. There we go. On the last show, I think I showed you my little bird. Maybe I'll show him again. We were beginning to get so many calls about him. Maybe we'll just have to show him again. Alrighty. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little brown. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. And let's start making some decisions. Maybe there's some land that lives back here. Just all I'm doing here is just pushing in some color. Just like so. Just a little color. No big deal right now. No big deal. We'll take a little white, little dark sienna. Pull it out, cut us off a little bit, then barely touch. We'll just put the indication of a little highlight here and there. I don't want too much. This is too far back. It's too dark back in here. It's too dark. Now then, we'll use a old number 6 fan brush. I'm going to go right into some yellow. I went into the liquid white first, going into some yellow. Reach up here and grab some sap green over here and a little bit of black. There. I want this to be quite dark. A little yellow ochre to it. Just mix these on the brush. Okay. Now maybe back in here we're beginning to see a little color. Just push upward with that brush. Just pushing upward. Look at there. See, let all these little things just sort of happen here. And maybe I'm using that oval brush again. Here I'm going to add a little color and just put the least little touch of highlight here and there. Not much. Not much yet. When we get into the foreground, then we'll begin adding more highlights. But right now, I just want the least little indication here and there. Little light playing through there. Begin picking out just sort of some individual little bushes. Now then, tell you what, let's do. Let me find. We'll use the old fan brush. Liquid white, titanium white. Load the brush full of paint. A lot of paint. Okay. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's some happy little water coming right down through here, and it's just bubbling along, having a good time, splashing, carrying on. Just think how water would think. Just pretend your water coming down here and having a good time, and just the world's happy and it's a good day, and all of a sudden, oh, doop, you fall over. It falls right over. Look at that. That easy. You can make a happy little waterfall. There. See, just drops right over. But you need the dark underneath or it won't show. And it splashes down here underneath this waterfall. And it's just all kinds of little things going on. Like so. So many little happy things. See, put a little splashy here and there. Maybe just a stone under the water there. All these little things just splash. See? All the little water actions. This fan brush is fantastic for doing these. Just absolutely unreal. And sometimes it's fun just to play a little. Let me find. There it is. We'll just take a 1-inch brush and go right into. We'll use some brown, some black, a little sap green. On a very dark green here. Let's have maybe there's a happy little bush. He lives right here. Just push upward. I want a very dark little bush right here. He's in the shadows in my world. In your world, maybe he's in the sunshine, so you can put all kinds of happy little highlights on him. But in my world, today I'm gonna have him in the dark. There. We'll put another one right there. Just sort of close all that in. Isn't that neat? See, it pushes that whole area back here. It just pushes it right back into the background. Now then, if you lived here, you'd have to have a way to get over this little stream. So let's do that. Let's have some fun. I'll take some Van Dyke Brown. Maybe there's a happy little bridge here. And I'll tell you what, maybe it's behind these bushes and all you can see is the part that goes over the water. So let's have it come up. And then maybe like this. We'll put some character in it. And then it has a little bend in it. There. Let me get the small knife. The small knife will do a little better for that. I'll put some little post on here. See, there's a little post. There's one. Look at that. Isn't that cute? There we go. That one goes over behind the bush. Then take the big knife. We'll have to put a little rail up here. We don't want anybody to fall off this bridge and get wet. See there? I knew you could do that. A little brown and white, tiniest little bit of paint. Now I want to go along here and just show the indication of a little highlight here and there. Just to brighten him up, make him sing in the sunshine. Used to be a song about singing in the sunshine. Okay, back to my small knife. And I'll put a little indication here on these posts. Little knife gets right in there and does these little things. There. Yeah, maybe here and there the light really hits it. You could add a little, just a little sparkle of white. Just don't overdo. Just here and there. Maybe the light's zinging through there and hits right there too. Gives it a little sparkle. Makes that little rascal jump out at you. All right. There we go. Now then we'll push this little bridge behind this bush. We don't know where he lives. Whatever. There. Same thing over here. I'm going to push this bridge completely back behind these bushes. Like that. Brush is too slow. Let's get a big one. I'll go right into my Van Dyke Brown. I'm going to have a lot of land areas and big rocks and maybe there's some big, let's just do it. Just take the big brush. It's a straight Van Dyke Brown. And here we're just applying dark color. Maybe there's one that comes right on out here. And all you're doing is laying in basic shapes. We'll go back with a knife and straighten all this out and make big decisions about where things live. But right now, all we're interested in is just basic shapes. Maybe this one comes way on out here. There. Just fill it up. Just fill it up full of color. Like so. Yeah, I really hope you enjoyed seeing my little bird on the last show. He's coming along fine if you're following his progress. As I say, we've got so many calls. Maybe on one of the future shows I'll bring him back, let you see him again. I think you'll like him. He's my friend. And I've taken care of him under the supervision of the bird lady. We have a lady here in Muncie who takes care of all the injured animals and stuff, and they call her the bird lady. And she keeps me straight and tells me how to take care of all these little creatures. In fact, one of these days we'd like to do a television show where we show you what she does, and people like her all over the country that devote their time and money and energies into taking care of all of God's little creatures. Because they're super special people. And maybe one day we can do that. All right. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to add some sap green to it. Pull this brush in one direction. Load a lot of paint into it. Just tiny little bit of sap green. I'm going to grab some dark sienna too. So we got dark sienna, Van Dyke Brown, and sap green. Maybe over here there's going to be a big tree. It lives right here. So we can go ahead and throw in some dark color. See how all this dark, it sort of closes in and makes your eye go toward the water because it's lighter. All right, let's do on the other side. Maybe there's a happy thing that lives wherever. You just make a decision and put it in. Wherever. There we go. See that quick, we got all that blocked in. And we're ready to start picking out some beautiful little details. Okay. And now then, let me find a 1-inch brush. We'll dip it into a little bit of liquid white, some yellow, and I'm going to grab some midnight black. I want this to be a dark, dark green. Pull that brush in one direction, load it full of color. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe right in here, we'll put on some dark leaves there, just to begin building some shape and form into this big tree that lives here. Just like so. Look at all those things. See, but think of individual little bushes and limbs and stuff that are all living in here. Each one has its own personality. All kinds of happy little things. There's one. See, you could just make hundreds and hundreds of them. Do them in layers. Do the one that's farthest away first and work forward. That way it has depth and distance in there. Add a little yellow ochre to that. Maybe there's one right here on this side. A little bit of light zinging through there. See, you can leave some of them dark in total shadow, especially when you're doing these deep wood scenes, where you can use almost pure green, so it just barely shows. I like to leave some of these that are very dark, like that, see? And here and there, the light's going to zing through and sparkle some of these, make them shine. Look at that. All right, darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. Leave these dark areas. They're very, very important. Very important. We'll wash that old brush off. Give them a shake. There we go. Now then, let's start picking out some stones and rocks. You use some dark sienna here and a little bit of white. And maybe right along in here, we're beginning to see some nice rocky areas. Still want this to stay quite dark. Quite dark. Just all kinds of things happening. Tell you what, let's do that up here. Now watch here, watch here. This is so much fun because now you can make a decision that there's a big cliff or a sheer drop-off right here, a bank. That's the word I'm looking for. And you can just bring that around and leave this right in front. You can make all kinds of little things that go up in there, like so. Let's have some fun. Now sometimes some of these stones get just full of little grassy and mossy things. So just tap with the fan brush, like so. Okay. This is in the greens and the yellows, and all you do is just tap, just touch, pick out individual stones. See, it makes it look like there's just all kinds of little grassy, slimy things. You know, things that are wet all the time. They grow all kinds of little algae and, ooh, it's pretty. Stones look like they have fur on them at times. Right down here by the water. And you can just do as many of these. Now leave some dark. Don't kill all the dark. Look at all those little rascals. Just like so. Okay, back to my 1-inch brush. A little bit of the yellow and the green. Now then, let's bring all this together. And we can begin putting all kinds of little bushes that live here. See, and they follow the lay of the land, coming right down like this. As many or as few as you want. This is your world. So you make it happen. You make it happen. There it is. Tell you what. Maybe there's one lives down here. See how you can bring all that together? And we'll go back with our little fan brush, and let's put some little grassy things out here on these stones too. We don't want them to be left out. There we go. Just all kinds of little rascals. Got him. Now we can come right over here. Maybe there's a happy little bush. He lives right there. Just sort of let your imagination go crazy. Let's get the small knife, and we can take some dark brown, come right in here, and just begin adding all kinds of little foots on these stones. Just bring them straight down. If you get a little of that in the water, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Can fix easy. See, just all kinds of little things. Now then, let me find my fan brush that has liquid white and titanium white on it. A lot of paint on the brush. A lot of paint. Now then, let's begin cleaning up the bottom of all this stuff. Water splashing into some of these little recessed areas here. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Splash and crash, and maybe it's just a little stone underneath the water. Just sort of look at it and make decisions. There's stones underneath the water all over. Just sort of take it. Ooh, there's another one. They go in all kinds of directions. This water is just churning through here. You ever listen to a little stream? It has one of the most peaceful sounds to it. That's always been one of my fantasies, is to have a house that was right next to a little stream, and at night you could go to sleep listening to all that bubbling and churning. See, there we go. Just as many as you want. Look at there. Look at there. Some right off in here, wherever. Okay, now then, let's take I'm going to dip right into some liquid clear and brown. Maybe there's some nice trees. Live just wherever. Many of them as you want, or as few. You can just drop a tree here and there. Just like so. A couple little tree limbs here and there. There we go. Now we'll take our oval brush, we'll put a little brighter yellow on it. The old clock on the wall told me I gotta finish this up. Just tap in the indication of all kind of little leaves hanging here. See there? It's that easy. And you can really do a fantastic little painting in just a matter of minutes. As I say, the old clocks tell me I got to leave you for this time, but I'll be back. So we'll put a little leaf. Maybe there's one that hangs out right here, like that. I think that pretty well gives us a finished little painting. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And as usual, they'll come across in exactly the same order as I have them laid out on the palette, starting with the white and working around. Today we have something a little different, a little unusual up here. I've taken an 18 by 24 inch canvas and I have it vertical, that's up and down. And the bottom half here, probably, it's below half, I've covered with black gesso. And the top half then is just left white. Now I've covered the whole top half with liquid white. It's nice and wet and ready to go as usual. The bottom half, I've started up here with a alizarin crimson and phthalo blue mixture. It makes a lavender, graduated into a mixture of Prussian blue and a little bit of yellow ochre in it to give it sort of a greenish hue, and then graduated on into phthalo blue and phthalo green. So we have a lavender, a dark green, and then a brighter green. And this is going to be a happy little seascape. So let's take off here and have some fun. I think you'll enjoy this one. I'm going to start off today with phthalo blue. Reach over here and grab some midnight black and mix them together. So I have blue and black, or black and blue, whichever way. There we go. That's the way I always look when I get home late. Black and blue. All right, let's go right up in here. And let's just drop in some happy little sky areas. Just using little crisscross strokes. I'm going to have some big clouds today. I think we'll do some fantastic big clouds. So I'm going to make this sky maybe a little bit darker than I usually do, just so that the clouds will stand out. Just drop in some basic shapes. I'm leaving some areas open here. And in those open areas, we'll come back and we'll put all the little clouds in and let them dance around and have fun. And maybe it comes right on down like it. Doesn't matter. And if you get down here into this color, that's okay too. No big deal. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Okay, there. I know, you're sitting at home saying, boy, that sure is a weird looking cloud Bob's making today. Let me see if we can straighten him out. Okay, let me wash my old brush. Wash our brush with just odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. Now then, with a clean, dry brush, go back, and then we'll soften this. And it's all right if you pull a little bit of this color into the light area. There we go. Just soften it and bring it together. Just bring it together. Our basic little cloud shape is still there. There. Okay, now then, let's have some fun. There we go. Take out the brush strokes. Same old dirty brush. Don't even have to clean it this time. I'm going to go right into some bright red, take it and go into midnight black. So I have bright red and midnight black. And just tap the brush into the color. Just tap it. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then we have to make some decisions. Where does our shadows live in here? I'm going to have a shadow right here, right against the water. We'll just let that work right on up, like so. Just a happy little shadow that lives in there. Big clouds today. So we put the shadows in first, and then we'll come back and we'll put some highlights on them. Just sort of look around here and make a big decision. Where do you think the shadows will live in this cloud? There they are. Boy, that's the son of a gun of a cloud. Just wherever. And it's not a big deal, because if you put a shadow in here you don't like, then we'll just cover it up. We can fix anything. Wash the brush. Shake him off. This is the fun part. It's crazy. Now then, I'll get carried away with this brush cleaning. Now then, let's take a little bright red and go right into the titanium white. Just a little amount of bright red. See, pull that brush through there. Load a lot of paint into it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's go up to the top and just begin making all those fluffy little things on top of the cloud. Let that brush just dance around there and play in tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. We're making all those little fluffies that live in the clouds. Bring it right on down into the dark here. Right on down. Now if you pick up too much of the dark color, just stop and wash your brush. Nothing wrong with washing your brush. There we go. Now then, let's put some light area right in there. Right in there. See there? Told you that would be easy. There comes a nice little fluffer. Clouds are free. They just float around the sky all day and have fun. They're one of the freest things in nature. There we are. There. Told you we was going to make a big cloud today. This is going to be a big cloud. Here he comes, right on down. There. Oh, we about ate up a whole canvas with clouds. That's all right. If you learn how to make a cloud, then it's worth all the effort. Learn. Every time you practice, you learn more. Every painting you do, you learn a little bit more, and you know in your heart that the next one's going to be even better. Each one gets better. Now let's take a 2-inch brush and use just the top corner. And we're just going to mix up the bottom of this cloud. Just gently, gently, using tiny little circles, mix it right into that darker color. Don't touch the top of the clouds yet. We want them to stay strong and bright, shiny right now. If you begin picking up paint, just beat the brush and that'll remove the excess paint. See, just blend all that together. Not a son of a gun of a cloud. It's a big one. Big old cloud. Happy cloud. There. There we go. Look at that. Right on down. Right on down. And as I say, that just removes some of the excess paint. You don't have to go through the whole cleaning procedure. Now, we're going to fluff this cloud. Grab it and pull it. Circles, though. Big circular strokes. If you pull straight up, it's going to look like it's raining up. And that'll bother you if it's raining up. So try not to have it raining up. Pull it in big circles. Big, big circles. Look at that, see? Now we'll come to the next layer and lift it up. Like so. Just grab it and lift it upward. Lift it upward. I'm continually beating the paint out of this brush, so the brush remains dry and relatively free of color. I want just a clean, dry brush. Now if you get too much, once again, stop and wash your brush. There's not a thing in the world wrong with washing your brush. There we go. Now very lightly, just blend it all together. See there? Just make this as soft as you want it. Like so. Very lightly. Very, very lightly. 3 hairs and some air. And that quick, boy, you got one heck of a sky. Now then, if you wanted to add little details in it, you could come back in here. See, and you can still go back and put little floaters that float around in there and still change the shape. Anything you want to do, you can do here. Blend it. See? Give it a little fluff, and then that cloud lays right out there in front of the rest of them. He went to the front of the class. Okay. All right, now we can wash our brush. We got a little sky. That easy. That easy. Shake him off. There you go. Now, go ahead and clean this 1-inch brush at the same time. Okay, we're going to do a happy little seascape today. So maybe one of the easiest ways that I have found to do a little seascape is this is a number 6 filbert brush. I'm going to put a little white on it. And I'm just going to go up here. The thing that we're most concerned about is the one big major wave. I have so many letters saying I want to do the big crashing wave with a transparent eye. Okay, let's go right here. Now, decide where that big transparency is going to be. Maybe it comes right down like this, and the water comes wherever you want it, and then down, something like so. This is just to give you an idea, sort of a guide. You're really not committed. That's all you need, right about there. That sort of gives us something to work by. Okay, let's take a fan brush. And we'll start with just plain old titanium white. Let's go right back here in the background. This is just plain white. Now remember, there's color already on the canvas, and it's wet. Don't let that color dry. Now we can go right back in here. Look at that. See here? Just make little strokes like that. And it mixes with the color that's on the canvas, and all these beautiful little effects will happen automatically. Automatically. I like to do seascapes on black canvas because all your dark is already in there for you. Watch here. Here's something that's fun. We'll just take white. Maybe. Let's go right in here. We'll do this. Like it. Look at that. See? And I know you're saying, oh, Bob, you done it this time. You may be right. Let's do it again then. What the heck? There. And right on out like that. The only thing we're worried about is in this part right here. We don't care about that right there. We don't worry about that part. You're just worried about the black. Now watch. Let me wipe this brush off and get all the excess paint off of it. Now that, see which way this is going. That'll give you a guide. Now, very lightly, just blend that color back. This gives you the little trough, as it's called. Trough, right in between these. See there? All of a sudden, it'll start making sense now. There we go. That easy. That easy. you can make just all kinds of little wave things happening. Let me clean the brush. I'm just drying it on a paper towel. Go back into my white. Now then, let's make some big decisions. Here this comes, zoop, and then it comes like that. And we'll do exactly the same thing again. Just very gently bring it back. Very lightly. Just barely caressing the canvas. If you get too much paint, just wipe off the excess. See there? All right. I knew you could do that. This is one of the nice, easiest ways I have ever found of making a happy little seascape. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's take and worry about this nice transparency here. So for that, I'm going to take white, titanium white, and the least little touch of the cadmium yellow. Just load this filbert brush full of paint, a lot of paint, okay? Now then, decide where your little transparency or the light part's going to be and begin laying it in. Scrub it in. Get tough with it. Right along the top. And then gently just blends right on out to nothing. Then we need to, you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired effect or desired lightness. Clean your brush each time and reload it with paint because you want this to be a bright area right in here. And you can add more paint to it. Now if you begin getting a buildup of paint, if it begins getting too thick, I'll show you. Take your knife and just scratch it off. See, that value remains in there. You can wash it, go back, see, and each time it's going to get a little brighter, a little shinier, and you can do this as many times as you desire. And here you begin worrying about the shape of this major wave. There we go. Just like so. And I can wash the brush. Get it good and dry. Okay. Now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, very lightly, I'm going to begin blending this little transparency here. And here I'm going to grab it and begin working on the basic shape of the wave. As it goes out, it's going to get flatter and flatter. See there how easy that is? Doesn't have to be hard. There we go. And that gives us some of our initial shapes. Okay, I'll clean that old brush. And beat them dry. Let me find another fan brush here. Okay. Go right into titanium white. Right into it. There's a little blue in that color too, so it's not pure white. A little tiny bit of blue that was left over. Let's go up here. Now then, this wave's going to be crashing over. And this comes over here and goes choo. I've got to make those little noises or it won't work. Okay, reload it. Reload it. Touch. Touch. See there how easy that is? If you pick up too much of the undercolor, you may have to wash your brush several times. But that's all right. That's all right. Okay, I'll wash this brush. Now then, we go back and get our little filbert brush. Take some white, let's use some alizarin crimson, and a little bit of the phthalo blue. More crimson and more blue. I want it a little darker. Ooh, and we're getting there. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Dark lavender looking color. Load the bristles full of paint. Just really rub it in there. Okay, let's go up here. Now, maybe there's some nice foam splashing on here. We're putting in the shadow for the foam. Just scrub it in. Scrub it in. Scrub it in. Hard. But work on your basic shape here now. Maybe it splashes way up like that. Comes right around. This is the shadow. This is the shadow. This is where you put the dark part of your foam in. You know, cleaner brush. You'll be an expert brush washer by the time this is over. Be sure the brush is dry, though. That's most important. Okay. Now then, I'm going to go back into white with the absolute least little touch of the cadmium yellow. Probably can't hardly even see any in there, but there's a little touch in there. Least little touch. Okay, let's put some highlight on this foam now. Sort of hold the brush to the side here and give it a little upward push so that when it hits at the top, then it makes all those little splashes. And as one side gets wore out, all the colors used, turn it over. It's got two sides on it. Wipe off the excess, and you go back in there and get you a little more. There we go. Just place that in there. Okay, wipe it between, at least wipe it between each application so you get that dark color off. Okay. When it starts getting dirty, give it a good wash. There we go. Pick up a little more white, a little touch of yellow in it. There we go. Now let's go right in here. Got to make those little noises. There we go. We'll just let it come right up here and break the horizon. All kinds of happy little splashes, see? There we go. Little splash right there. Isn't that a super little way, though, to make a happy seascape? Now, find out if you have a really delicate touch. Just the corner of the brush, just the corner, and just gently, just sort of wind it up. Just little tiniest little circles, barely touching. The brush is hardly moving. Just sort of blend it all together. See how soft, and look at that water churning. There. So they say you don't have to be crazy to do this, but it does help. Now then, that's fine. There we go. Let's get wild today. I'm gonna go right back in to the white. Right back in. Maybe right along in here. Maybe there's another little doer. It comes right out like that, and then we'll blend this one back. And this begins making the shape of the large wave here. See there? It's picking up that color that's underneath, all the beautiful colors we had here. We're beginning to hit the phthalo green and phthalo blue mixture. Just begin coming together. This is where you create the shape of that wave. So angles are very important. Pay attention to them here. Very, very important. Of course, now, any big, nice seascape needs a stone for the waves to be crashing against. We got us a splash, so let's put a stone right here. I want to break the horizon with that so it comes right on up. Maybe this is a big, tall stone. Got a bump out here and wherever. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. All you need is just a basic little rocks out here. Whatever you think your rock should look like, that's what it ought to look like. There we go. Now then, I'm going to take the fan brush, and I'll take some paint thinner on the fan brush and go right in to straight bright red, but it's very thin, very thin. This is bright red. It's thinned with paint thinner, very thin, okay? Now then, let's just take this and go right over the edge of the rock. You can do this with a liner brush and really put a lot of detail into it. I just don't have time here to sit and do it one stroke at a time. But at home, if you want to really shape these rocks, take a liner brush and you can just make all kinds of beautiful little effects. Maybe there's another little, see there? See there? All kinds of happy little things. And just sort of blend them out. Just go on and on. Maybe there's a, see there? Just as many as you want. Or as few. Now we can take our brush that has the white on it and just begin putting some little splashers down here at the bottom. Boop. Lift it up. Lift it up. Now we can begin working on all kinds of happy little things. Tell you what I see. Let me get the small knife. I see right in here another happy little stone. He lives right there. Right there. And he's got a friend. Well, tell you what, I got another idea. Got another idea. When you're painting these, you just look up here and you see all kind of things happening. Let's put a little highlight on here. This is just a natural. This is a natural. Let me grab a little white. Maybe there's another little wave coming here and it's splashing up against the bottom of this, and there's just foam and churning and carrying on. See there? That easy. Working layers. Now maybe there's another happy stone right there. He's a little smaller. And we just use a knife. We can put a little touch of highlight right there on him. Go back. Put in some foam around his foots. Rock needs some foam if it's churning over. Now I have sort of blue and white on here. We can begin creating all kinds of little foam patterns in here. Just like so. Follow the angles in your wave. It's most important. Maybe here's one spilling over, coming down. Leave some little holes in there. Just like so. All kinds of little things. Sometimes I like to use a fan brush because you can just do beautiful little effects with it. Like so. See how you can make it look all like water. All kinds of little things going on. And you can really get carried away and spend a lot of time making beautiful, beautiful effects. Now then, I'm going to take a touch of paint thinner right into the brightest color, that yellow and white. And I want to highlight just these little edges here. Make it come right on down. See there? There we go. And back in here where the light's striking, put all kinds of little details back here. This is what really makes your seascape stand out. All these little doers. See, let them wander back up through here. And you can just take and put hundreds of these in. Just hundreds of them, just wherever you think they ought to go. See, some in here. This is where you create the shape of the wave. Use a lot of paint thinner so the paint is very thin. Think where light would strike in here. See all the little details you can just drop in? That easy. That easy. You can do it. Did you ever think you could make such a seascape so easy? I like these black and white canvases. They open whole new worlds to you. You can do all kinds of beautiful little effects. There we go. All kinds of little things that are happening in the water. See there? And you can take the blue and white and put with a liner brush and put all kinds of little watery things dribbling down the side here. I think that'll give you a good idea of how to do a fantastic little seascape quite fast. So I'll take a little of the bright red. We'll sign this one right here. It's a good thing I have a short name. Doesn't take but just a second. I hope you've enjoyed this, and I hope you too enjoy painting along and doing a fantastic seascape. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, and I'll see you next time. Hey, glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Well, good. Tell you what, let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting along with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working around. The canvas is already covered with a nice thin even coat of liquid white. It's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's get ready to go and do it. Today let's start out with a little touch of phthalo blue and just work a little bit into the 2-inch brush. To that I'm going to add a little bit of black. So I have phthalo blue and midnight black. Black and blue, black and blue. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's put a happy little sky in here. I'm just going to start at the top, making little crisscross strokes, and work all the way across, like that. Let's just do a fantastic little painting today. Maybe we'll put a little mountain in it. What the heck? You know me. I lived in Alaska for about a dozen years or so, and I'm just crazy about mountains. Now, by starting at the top and working downward, the paint is going to mix with the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter in value as it works down toward the horizon. See? You don't have to worry about it. It does it automatically. There we go. Like so. Now then, while we have this old dirty brush, let's go right back into that blue and black, or black and blue, whichever way you prefer. Just like so. Now, I want to have, you know me again, I like water. So let's put a little bit of water down here. Right down here, we'll have just a little touch. Same color. Like so, maybe pull from this side. I'm going to leave a little area open right here so it'll look like a little sheen of light coming across the water when we're finished. There we are. See how easy that is? See, if you're doing that, painting along with me, already you're a fantastic artist. Okay, let me wash the brush. We got a little screen down here in the bucket that I scrub the brush against. Shake off the thinner. And that's the fun part. You'll enjoy that. Now then, clean dry brush. I'm going to start here in the light area and work toward the dark areas. Just blending all this together. I just want to bring it all together and sort of soften it, get rid of any harsh areas. I'm just going to have a nice blue sky today. Sometimes you see skies that are just almost pure blue. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. Take out the brush strokes, like so. Now down here in the water, very lightly, just go all the way across, all the way across. See that light area stays in there. You don't lose it when you do this, unless you really get tough. If you just have a gentle stroke going across there, you'll preserve that. That's your friend. That's your pal. You need him. There we go. Tell you what, let's do. Tell you what. Today, let's take the old 1-inch brush and let's build a happy little cloud. I'm going to take some bright red, a little bit of bright red, right into the black. Bright red and black. There, just mix these on the brush. Let me grab a little bit more red. There we go, good. Just tap the brush, okay? Now you have to make a big decision. Where does a little cloud live in your world? I'm gonna put the shadows in first. Maybe there's a shadow lives right there in this cloud. Who knows? This is your cloud, so you put the shadow where you want it. Maybe this cloud has a little friend. Little friend. Maybe this little friend's named Clyde. He lives right up here. Floats around with him. There. And you can create as many or as few clouds in your world as you want. There. Now, same old 1-inch brush. I'm going to go right into some white. Maybe the least little touch of the bright red on there. Don't want to set this cloud on fire. Just want to give it a little bit of pink. Just make it pretty. Okay, pull that in one direction. Now then, let's put some highlights up here. Just touch little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. You get happy. Sing along, have a good time. Be in love with nature, in love with painting. And it shows. It shows. People know. People know when you're happy. They can look at your paintings and tell when you were happy. They reflect your moods. Paintings are a reflection of your innermost feelings. There you go. See? And that easy, we got a happy little cloud. Wash my brush. Okay, clean, dry, 2-inch brush. Just the top corner of the brush, and I'm just going to mix it up. Just mix it up, twist it a little bit, tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. See, same thing, tiny little circles. There we go. Just enough to mix it. Now I beat the brush just to remove any excess paint that I might have picked up. It's easier than cleaning it. Okay, now lift that up. Just lift it and do this in circles. Don't go straight up. If you go straight up, it's going to look like it's raining upward. And that'll bother you. That'll bother you. Now when you pull this up, you're going to pull up little stringy things sometimes. Don't worry about them, because when you do this, they go away. They just go away and leave you. Just like so. Isn't that easy? You got a couple of happy little floaters up here. Okay. Wash the brush one more time. Knock that off, and we're ready. We are ready. Let's build us a little mountain. Let's take Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown, little touch of alizarin crimson. Just mix them together, like so. Pull it out flat. Cut off the least little roll of paint, right down on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now maybe we'll have a big ridge of mountains that live here. And all we're worried about at this point is a nice top shapes. We could care less what's happening in here. Don't worry about it. Just the nice little tops up here. Boy, we're gonna have one huge mountain. What the heck, we'll just let it go way on up here. Who cares? Who cares? Because in your world, you can create any kind of illusion that you want. I like to tell people that, I spent half my life in the military. And there I had to live in somebody else's world all the time. And painting offered me freedom. I'd come home after all day of playing soldier, and I'd paint a picture, and I could paint the kind of world that I wanted. It was clean. It was sparkling, shiny, beautiful, no pollution, nobody upset. Everybody was happy in this world. That may be how I made it through 20 years of military. There we go. Because I could find freedom on this canvas. There we go. There's absolute freedom here. And I think we're all looking for freedom. At least I am. See how you can pull that down? Just pull it right down, and because there's liquid white under here, it mixes with it. The paint will move, and automatically it gets lighter in value. Look at that. Look at that. I knew you could do it. There. Already, just using brush strokes, you can see all kinds of fantastic shapes in these mountains. And by using these brush strokes, see how you can pull out shapes and change them, remove them? That easy. It's a super way to lay out your entire range of mountains without being committed. You cannot make a mistake in here. Okay, now let me wash the old brush so it's nice and clean and fresh and ready. Shake it off. There we go. Now then, let's begin putting some highlights and shadows in here. I'm going to take some titanium white, and to that I add some midnight black, just a touch. Just a touch. A little more white into that. There we go. This is just to make sort of a grayish color. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Cut across, pull it out flat, across, get that tiny little roll of paint. This knife has a straight edge on it, so it's very easy to load it. Now then, think about where light would strike. It's just playing through here and touching and just zinging right through. Here, you use very little paint and you're just barely grazing the canvas. It's such a delicate touch. If you're not careful, your hand will just absolutely float away. Now I'm going to take some white with a little bit of blue in it. This is phthalo blue, and some black. So we have white, black, a little phthalo blue, and for that we're going to make a shadow color. Same thing. We cut off that little roll of paint, and now we can come back in here and we begin laying the indication of some happy little shadows in here. This is a darker color because you want the shadows to be recessed. They sit way down in there. Now, maybe the light's zinging through here. It hits right here. Wherever you want it to hit. See? Let me show you something. You can take the brush here, tap this. Watch here, watch here. It's exciting what you can do. Tap it, lift upward, and it creates a soft, misty effect. Now then, you can take this one and bring it right down. Look at there. See? You bring it right down in front. Unbelievable the amount of power you have here. And just sort of work it back and forth. Here's a nice looking little shadow area. He lives right there. It comes down, down, down. There. See, maybe there's a little thing. There it is. There it is. Just sort of see these things in your mind and lay them in there. Let them happen. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Maybe right here on this edge. A little bit of lights. There it is. See that? Make fantastic cliffs. I tell you what, even a mountain goat would have a devil of a time living there. He'd fall off and end up down here in the lake. He'd be a water goat. There. Like so. A little bit of shadow. There. Just let that blend right into nothing. Right into nothing. Then you can put all kinds of little individual things happening in here. Maybe there's one right here. Wherever you want them. These little highlights and shadows can live anywhere. Anywhere you want them. In your world, you put them where you think they ought to live. So you just sort of let these blend together. Just let them blend together. Okay, now then. Clean, dry brush. And we just want to tap this. Following the angles. Always follow the angles in your mountain. If you come right across banging like that, it's going to cut this off and you will not be pleasing to you. You'll be upset with me. Follow those angles. This is how you create that beautiful, soft, misty effect at the base of the mountains. Lift it, lift it, lift it, lift it. Gentle. Just graze the canvas. This is 2 hairs and some air. Normally we use 3. This is so delicate, it's only 2. And that easy. You've got a fantastic range of mountains back there. Okay. Okay. We did all right. Tell you what, we got this dark color. This was Prussian blue. We'll put some black in there, some Van Dyke brown, what the devil, some alizarin crimson, and a little bit of sap green. Don't want too much sap green. Just mix it up like so. Let me clean off the old knife. Let's grab us a fan brush here. I have several fan brushes going. Okay. Load that brush full of paint. Very dark. Just really fill it up. Now then, maybe there's some beautiful evergreens that live right there. Watch here. Just the corner of the brush. Just work it back and forth, back and forth. See there? These little son of a guns live right in your brush. Just push them out. Just push him out. Happy little evergreen right there. Let's give him a friend. Let's give him a little friend. There he is. There. You know, I've met so many beautiful people because of painting. As we travel around the country and do demonstrations, I get the opportunity to talk and paint sometime with some most fantastic people in the country. We go all over the country doing shows and demonstrations for PBS stations and other charity groups. Tell you what, if you would like to know when we're going to be in your area, drop me a postcard with your name and address, and we'll put you on our mailing list. We have a little mailing list, and we notify everybody when we're going to be in your area. Maybe I'll get the opportunity to meet you and talk with you, and you can show me some of the fantastic paintings that you're doing. I covered up all my beautiful mountain there. I got talking and carried on, and just we turned this into a forest. Tell you what, since we're going so crazy, let's have another one. I like these little trees. They're fun to make. And the more of them that you do, the better you're going to be at painting them. So you push that brush down so it bends and makes all those little hangy downs under the limbs. All kinds of little things. Hadn't stopped yet. Gonna do another one right there. There we go. Well, we got a mess of trees. And in your world, you put as many or as few as you want. Let's take a little dark sienna, a little white, and let's just make the indication of just a happy little tree trunk here and there. Just here and there. There they come. There's one right there. Bloop, bloop. Now you're not going to see the entire tree trunk, so don't worry about it. Just here and there. Let's give these trees over here a little trunk. Just indications. And you don't know really how many trees are in that group right there. Just however many you want. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's take our little oval brush. I'm going to use some yellow and reach up here and pick up some of the midnight black. I'll make a dark green. Load a lot of paint into the brush. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. I want this quite dark. Okay, this is an oval brush. Now then, let's put some highlights right on these evergreens. Keep these quite dark for contrast. Evergreens normally are darker than other trees. There we go. And it really helps to have that contrast. Midnight black, cad yellow. Makes a beautiful, beautiful green. It's not too bright and shiny. I see this little oval brush. All I'm doing is touching and letting it bend sort of downward, and it makes it look like thousands of little leaves out there. Makes all those little, beautiful little round things. You'll like it. It's fun. It's a fun little brush. There we go. Okay, don't want this one to be left out. We'll put some happy little things on him. A few out here. There, look at that, look at that. That easy. Well, we just got all kinds of little trees, just happy little things. I'm just going to take the old 2-inch brush, and here I'm using the browns and just the dark color I had left over. I've added some dark sienna to it. Pull the brush in one direction. One direction. Load it full of paint. Look right there on the end. Boy, there is a mess of paint on there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's begin putting in some happy little bush shapes. Maybe there's a bush that lives right there. Comes right down in front of the trees. We're just going to push all those nice evergreens right on back. Now, if you happen to get some of it down in here, who cares? We'll end up turning that into reflections. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Just don't worry about it. Learn how to use what happens. See? Shoot, maybe that'd even be pretty. Let's just do that. Look at that. See? Let all those things come down. Right now it looks like a mess. It looks like a mess, but when we turn that into reflections, then it's going to be spectacular. Because you can do anything. There we go. See there? And where you have a lot of trees, put some reflections. Here you got a big tree, make a big old reflection. What the heck? What the heck? Clean, dry brush. Now you have to make a big decision. You have to decide where water and land come together. Make that decision, grab it, and pull straight down. Straight down. See? Not too much pressure, just enough to distort it. Look how pretty that is. Instant reflections. Boy, when I was a traditional painter, I used to labor over reflections. I'd paint the picture, then I'd take and turn it upside down, repaint it, and try to make it look like reflections. This is easy here. See there? Got all those beautiful, beautiful little reflections. Okay, I'm going to dip my brush into some thinner, paint thinner. I'm going to go into yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. Pick up some dark sienna. I'll make this a fall picture. Dark sienna and bright red. So I have yellow ochre, dark sienna, and bright red. Just mixed together. Okay, let's go right up here and take a look. Now, start picking out little individual bushes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that a beautiful color? Ooh. I've painted thousands of pictures and I still get excited when I see this work. So fantastic. Keep your paint quite thin. Add a little paint thinner to it, or liquid clear, something like that. And here is a nice one. Boy, Jack Frost has come along here and touched these already. There we go. Maybe we'll put layers of these. Just drop in another happy one right there. And you can turn that brush over and reflect some of these right into the water. Look at there. Just make all kinds of happy little reflections. Reflect that right down into the water. That's bright red, dark sienna, and yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. That color even has a nice name to it. All right. A little bit right in here. And there we go. Now we can just pop some of these right into the water. Like that. Like that. Clean, dry brush. Delicate touch. Barely touch. Barely touch. Pull it down. Down. And then go very lightly across. Like so. Here we're going to take a little brown and we'll put some little rocks and some dirt areas right over in here. Wherever. Wherever. Like that. Little touch of brown and white. We lay the indication of a few little highlights here and there. Don't want too many. Just here and there. Like so. Now I'm going to take a fan brush, some of that same color, and just put some little things here to break up some of these little doers right along in here. Like so. All right. A little touch of liquid white on the knife. See? And you can cut in just a happy little water line here and there. Just here and there. A little bit over in there. All right. Let's have some fun. Let's get crazy. I want to have a big tree that lives right there. Oh, there goes my cloud. There goes my cloud. I'll let a little bit of him show through. This is one son of a gun of a big tree. See, now you can see that cloud right through him. Like that. Just like that. Maybe this comes, look at there, look at there. Just make a decision, drop it in. Comes right down. See how you can close all that in? When you're painting with a big 2-inch brush, it doesn't take but just a minute before you can just go crazy. Throw all kinds of happy little things in. There. Okay, we need a tree trunk in there. Let's go into Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna. Here's our tree trunk. He lives right there. Gotta have a big, strong tree trunk to hold up all that mess. That's a big tree. Give him a little arm here and there. Tree needs to have an arm just to hold up all the little doers. And take a touch, just a touch. Here I've used a little bit of bright red. I want to add a little bit of white to that so it stands out and you can see it a little bit. Oh yeah, that's nice. And we'll just put the indication of a little highlight here and there. Just let it work right in. Mix with that dark color. See? That easy. That easy. You've got your little tree all highlighted. Now then, I'll tell you what. Let's go into our red, dark sienna, yellow ochre. Yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. We'll mix a little Indian in there too. There it is. Ooh, nice, nice. Let's go right up here. Now, I just want to put the indication of some happy little leaves here and there. I don't want to kill all this nice dark area. If you have trouble making it stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner. And then you should just have to barely touch the canvas here. Work with patterns. See there? Don't overdo here. Don't overdo. All kinds of happy little things. All kinds of little things. There's a nice dark one back in there. Nice one. Ooh, there's a pretty one. It just stands out here and sparkles. Look at that. See there? Just one after the other. And watch here. The old clock on the wall tells me I have to go. But you can put just the indication of some land areas right down here. Like so. We'll put a few little grassy things on this side. I think we'll call this one finished. I think this is a pretty painting. It should give you a lot of ideas, and I hope you enjoy it. There we go. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hey, welcome back. I'm glad to see you again today. Today I thought we'd do a little animated opening, the little painting that you see just sort of pop, pop, pop and appear at the beginning of each show. And I'll show you how that painting was done. So let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette. So we have an 18 by 24 canvas up here. It's already been coated with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's all wet and ready to go. So let's do the same thing. We'll start off today with the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go into the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Just tap a tiny bit onto the brush. And that little animated picture has a very soft sky. You almost don't see it. So use very little color. Let's go right up in here. And now I'm just going to lay the least little touch of this crimson and just begin working some little areas like this. Now we're going to put a darker color in between. So if your crimson gets a little big, it doesn't matter because it's a very easy color to cover up. And we'll just cover up whatever we don't want. We don't make mistakes. Remember that. And we just have happy accidents. And just let this come right on down like so. Wherever. Just make a decision, drop it in. Now we're going to have snow down here. So while we have this crimson on the brush, we can just put a little bit down here and there. That'll end up being shadows and little bright spots in the snow. Okay. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a touch, just a touch of the midnight black and add the least little amount of phthalo blue. Tiniest little bit, okay? There's very little paint on the brush. Very little. When you do this, if you have too much color, just take and wipe your brush on a paper towel or something. You just want the least little hint of color. This is a very soft sky, very gentle. It's almost nondescript. You don't even notice it in the painting. There we go. And that's mixing with the liquid white, and automatically you get those soft, blended edges. And we can throw a little of that down here. We don't care. This is just a good place to clean the brush off. Whatever. Now then, let's wash the brush. Odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. Give it a good shake. Beat the devil out of it. All right, let's go back up here and begin just blending all this together. Just sort of follow the angles that you have in the sky. Let's talk a minute about canvases. I get a lot of questions about canvases. The canvas that we use is double primed, pre-stretched. It has 2 coats of acrylic gesso on it. And it's important that you use 2 coats because it seals better and the liquid white will stay wet for extended periods of time. If you use a canvas that only has 1 coat of gesso on it or a canvas board, it will absorb your liquid white, and in a matter of minutes you're working on a dry canvas and you're in agony city, and then you're going to yell at me. The other thing, I use a canvas that has a gray primer on it. So that way when you put the liquid white on, you can tell exactly where you've got it on and what's covered and what's not covered. The other thing, a lot of people ask me, with some canvases you get a little wooden pegs, or they're plastic, according to what brand of canvas you buy. And they say, what are those? Those are called keys. And there's little slots in the back, and you put the keys in the slots, take a hammer and tap it, and it stretches the canvas out and makes it good and tight. Now, normally what I do to make a canvas good and tight is just take a little bit of water and put on the back. And as the water dries up, it'll bring that canvas tight as a drum. And I like a nice, tight canvas. Okay, enough talk about canvases. Here's a little blue and black. I'm going to make a little footy hill back here. So decide where he lives, and just barely touching and pulling down with the corner of the brush, lay in a basic little foothill shape. This is far away, so it's very light in value, very light in color. There we go, just like so. And it's softer down at the bottom than it is at the top. See, down here it's very soft. Okay, a little more of the color. Now we'll have another little footy hill. And on this one, I'll make it a little bit darker, just a little bit so it stands out. And you can see a variation. As they get closer to you, you get a little darker. You know, it only takes us a couple of minutes to do the little painting that you see at the beginning of the show, but it takes some fantastic people a lot of time to animate it. They do it 1 frame at a time and make that little rascal jump out. We paint a picture in 30, 40 minutes, and they spend 6 or 8 hours on it to get it to look like that. They really do some nice work. Okay, I'm going to take a clean brush, and I want to create mist. I want it mistier. So I tap that, just tap it, and then I'm going to lift upward, just upward, like that. Okay, let's do another one. Same color, just black with a touch of phthalo blue. Black and blue. Maybe this one lives, there he is. Right along here. And in your world, you put as many or as few of these little foothills as you want. Just whatever you want. See there? But they're that easy to do. These are far away, so they should have very little detail in them. We'll tap the bottom of that. And then just gently lift it all up. And we got us a little foothill. Now then, back in here, looks like a little lake or something that's frozen way back in there. So I'll just use the old 2-inch brush, titanium white. Decide where you want it to be. And just put in a little bit of color. Just wherever you want it. This is just straight titanium white. Now then, come across. Look at there. There, that easy. And maybe there's a little bit of, there it is, a little touch of gray here and there, just some little shadows. Sometimes it's neat to take the knife and just do that. Now, take that and pull it and blend it. See? See how nice and soft that is? There we go. Okay. Now, right back into the white. And I'm going to take to that, add a little blue, little phthalo blue, and reach up in here and grab some alizarin crimson. So I'm making sort of a lavender color on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now I think there's a little hill right here. See there? Just pull that down and make the basic shape. Tell you what, that's not quite dark enough. It didn't show up enough. I want you to be able to see it better. So we'll just mix it a little darker and do it again. Now you can see it. There we are. All we're doing here now is just laying on a base color. Just a little hill. I like to do these little snow pictures. I lived in Alaska for 12 years or so. And God was having a good day when he made Alaska. Beautiful, beautiful country. So pretty. All right. Let me grab an old fan brush. Let's go right into dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, and I'm just going to mix some of these colors on the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now maybe there's some old dead weeds and stuff that live right along here. Touch, push, and bend that brush upward. See, can you see that? Let me get way back here so you can see. Bend it upward like that. That's it. Okay? And let it just wander right off into nothing. And maybe it comes down the hill in some places. Just wherever you want it. Just sort of look at it and let it go. Let it go. Now this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning because you can never go back and duplicate. But it'll show you how it was made. Maybe there's some big ones right there. Look at there. Just turn the brush the other way and you can pop all kinds of little happy things in there. Okay. I have several fan brushes going so I don't have to clean them. Now, let's take white. We'll use at least a little touch of the bright red in it. White, with at least a little touch of bright red. Now you can go back in here and begin forming all these little things. And if you pick up a little of that brown, don't worry about it. It makes it look like shadows in there. See how you can just add all these little things? Now if you're doing seascapes, this is also a super way to make little sand dunes. Look at that. Look at that. Now then, let's do some liner brush work. I'm going to take paint thinner on the liner brush. I want my paint to be like water. It's very thin, consistency of ink. Turn that brush, twist it, and bring it to a beautiful sharp point. There you are. Okay, let's go up here. Now there's little trees back in here. Now this paint is very thin. It'll flow. If it doesn't flow for you, add a little more thinner. All right. And you can put as many or as few of these little trees. These little trees have lost their leaves for the winter. As many or as few as you want. And at home, you don't have the clock ticking away. So you can put hundreds and hundreds of little limbs on here if you want to and really add some detail to it. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, they yell and scream at me. Have no sense of humor at all. I don't understand it. There we are. I'm just kidding. I work with the best crew in television. Okay, maybe I think there was a bigger one that lived right there. Give him a little arm. There's another one right there. Wherever. There we go. Just as many little limbs as you want. Keep the paint very thin so it literally just flows right off the brush. Some people will find it easier to pull out. Some will find it easier to go down. Try both ways, whichever works the best for you, then that's the right way to do it. But look at all the little things you can make here. See there? Just pop them in. Little sticks and twigs, just hundreds of them. See, that gives you the indication of all kinds of little things in there. A little more of the paint thinner. And I think there's a little fence right here. Doop, 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 doop. And it goes right on over the hill. There it goes. Put some little sticks on it. Isn't that cute? See there? You can make a happy little fence that easy. That just goes right on over the hill. We don't know where he goes. Don't care. Now then, let's come back in here. Let's load a little white on this brush. Just really fill it up. Reach over here and grab a little of that bluish color. Okay, now, right along in here. Just lay a little of that on. Don't cover everything. Let some of that pinkish color show through that we put on. See there? But we're changing the angle so it flattens this. There we go. All right. We got that almost finished on that side. Let's go back into some of our light lavender color. That was the alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, and white. Crimson, blue, and white. Okay, back here, happy little hill. He comes right down. We'll put a bump. Let him come right down in there. There we are. Shoot, I tell you what, while we got that going, we'll just bring this right on down. Just laying some of these little colors here and there. All kinds of little things going on. Okay, now we'll take our fan brush that has the dark sienna and the Van Dyke brown on it. Let's go right up here. And then we're just going to pop in some more little bushes. Just push, bend upward. Just bend it upward and let them, there we go. Let's let them come right on down like that. And this is the way you create the lay of the land. Just like so. Just like so. Now we can take our white, little bright red in it, come back in here, see there, and create all kinds of beautiful little things. You can do it. I knew you could. I knew you could do it. See? There you are. And then just very softly blend this just the way you want it. Just like so. And then back to my liner brush, the very thin paint. This is dark sienna and Van Dyke brown. Very thin though. Very, very thin. And let's just put a happy little tree. Oop, right there. Right there. Just let him go wherever. Wherever. There. Put a few little twigs and sticks and limbs. Those are fun. Those are fun. Now maybe there's one a little closer to you. See, we put his little foot in the front. Let him go right across this one. And in your world, you decide where the trees live and put them in. There they go. Just all kinds of little twigs. Just like so. And maybe back here, maybe there's some more little fence things. Well, you can just have all of them that you want, wherever. A few little sticks and stuff that are growing up in here. See there? There they are. Okay. Now I'm going back to my fan brush with the browns on it. Same old fan brush. I think maybe, there it is. See, just make a decision. Just make a decision. Here's another happy little plane. See there how it pushes that one back? Just sort of let it flow. This really creates the illusion of the land wherever you want it to go. See? There. We'll just change this angle and make it sort of round. See, so it looks like hills. This is the place you bring your sled and you go zoop right down in there. And with my luck, I'd run into the tree over here and hurt my head. Okay. Back to the liner brush. And we can just pop in some little sticks and twigs in this plane. All kinds of little things that are happening. All kinds. Maybe right here. Maybe there's a big old post right here. Just a couple of posts left. This old fence has just about fell down. Got one board going across. Tell you what, maybe there's some soup. That sort of looks neat. Have some little stuff hanging on there. You can go through a little touch of white soup, put a little soup. You gotta make them funny noises or nothing works. Ain't that easy. My fan brush that has the white with a little touch of the bright red on it. Now we can go back and create all the little white areas in here, the little highlights, the good things, the happy little things. There they are. There they are. Here comes one. And right now all I'm doing is just laying on some paint, but we don't want to cover everything. Let some of these shadows show through. If you get carried away and cover it all up, then you're back to the white canvas you started with. Now, very lightly, very lightly, very lightly, just barely grazing the canvas. Now you can blend all this together. This is a bristle fan brush and very thick paint. So you need a brush that's got some oomph to it. A little soft brush won't move this thick paint like this. See how you can smooth all that together? That easy. Okay, now I think in the one at the beginning of the show, there's a big, strong, almighty tree that lives right here. So let's do him. I'll take some Van Dyke brown, pull him out and cut off a little bit. Now you have to make a decision. Where does he live? In our world, he lives right there. There and there and there and wherever you want him to go. Need a strong base for him to stand on. This is a big tree. Excuse my arm there. Let me come over on this side. I'll just put him right in. Like so. See how easy it is to make a big, strong tree? Let's go right in here. Maybe. Yep, there it is. There's another arm. It comes right out. See, you can take a straight knife and make a curving limb. I knew you could do that. There. And I like trees that have character. I get tired of trees that look like they're future telephone poles. I like trees that have some character to them. Well, they got gnarls and bends and oh, look at here. Comes. I tell you, this tree's had a rough life. He got hurt when he was little, I can tell. Boy, you don't get looking this bad overnight. Tired old tree. Now then, back to our old liner brush. I'm going to go into some white, a little touch of the dark sienna. Paint thinner, white, dark sienna. And with that, just very quickly, just sort of jerk that right down there. Just pull it so it skips and causes old rough-looking things to happen. Just pull it real fast. See there? So you get all those old barky-looking things. That's what my dog does, old barky things. Okay. Back to paint thinner and brown. And now then, let's begin putting in all kinds of limbs and give this thing some character. A lot of thinner. Like so. And we can just go anywhere we want to go with these. Like that. Wherever. Ooh, there's a nice one. Nice one. There's one. There. And just gobs and gobs and gobs of them. There. There's some over in here, wherever you want them. Just sort of look at them, make a decision. This is where the birds all sit in the wintertime. They got to have a place to sit and be happy. so. These little limbs are a lot of fun to make. A lot of fun, but they're very time consuming to make a lot of them. So just take your time, enjoy, get your big glass of iced tea and really have some fun. And the more of them you have in here, the more realistic it looks. Isn't that neat? All kinds of old things happening in there. There. Okay, now then, let's go back to my fan brush. It has the brown on it. And I'm going to take and make a little foots for this tree to stand on. He's got to have a big, strong foot out here. Maybe there's a little, there it is. Little thing like that. Little thing like it. Let me find my brush that has the, there. The white, a little touch of the bright red. And we go right in here and grab that. Bring all this together. See, if you pick up a little of that brown, don't fight it. It makes beautiful little shadows in the snow. It's very pretty. Look at there. See? And grab a little bit of that and pull it. Just let it go. And with our liner brush, we'll take a little touch of the brown and just pop a few more little sticks and twigs here and there. Like so. All kinds of little things. Just let them go. Like that. And you can have as many or as few as you want in your world. Tell you what, we just about have a finished painting. I'm going to take a little bit of the bright red. We'll sign this one right here. This is a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy this painting. It'll teach you a lot. And I tell you what, you know, I've talked in several of the shows about my little friend, the little bird. I showed him earlier. I had so many people ask me if I'd show him again, so we have a minute or so left here. So let me bring him over here and show you how he's doing. Look at here. This is the little the little robin. Can you see him there? Look at here. Look at that. Isn't he cute? See if you look. See? You know, I always talk about the birds have to have a place to sit. This little bird was orphaned, and he lives with me now. And I feed him every day and take care of him. And pretty soon, he's going to be a big bird. He's going to learn to fly. And we're going to turn him loose and send him back to nature. So if you see little creatures around your house, help take care of them, because they're God's little creatures. And they're fantastic. Get to know them. Make friends with them. This one was loaned to me by the bird lady here in Muncie, where I film. And he's a loner bird. So well, I call him Peep because he peeps all the time. He's always hungry. Look at that, he'll eat my finger. The old clock on the wall tells me we have to go. So from all of us here and my little friend, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, and we'll see you. Hello, I'm glad to see you today. I'm certainly glad you could join me. I thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting that I really believe you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with a white and working around. Let's go on up here and let me tell you what I've done. I have a canvas here that's painted black, as you can see. Now we use a black gesso to paint this black. On top of that, I've allowed the black to dry, of course. On top of the black, then I've put some Indian yellow here, a little bit of alizarin crimson, and then some phthalo blue. And down here, I've just put a little bit of Van Dyke brown around the edges. And I thought we'd do a pretty little scene today I really believe you'll enjoy. So let's start out. I'm going to take the old 2-inch brush and go right into a little bit of titanium white, just plain old titanium white. Just put some in the bristles like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Now today, right off, you have to make a big decision. Basically, where's the horizon going to be? That's the first decision. So let's say it's going to be right in here. So let's just start making little crisscross strokes. And there, look at what's happening. See, it picks up all those beautiful yellow colors underneath. And as it works up, we're going to get into the alizarin crimson. I love these black canvases. So fantastic. And we'll just keep working right on up. Okay, now then, as you run out of white paint on your brush, clean your brush. We just scrub it off in the old bucket here, give it a good shake, and beat the devil out of it. Now I'm going right back in here and put a little bit more of the titanium white. I want to brighten this up some. So I'll always start with a clean brush in the light area and work upward. Upward, upward, upward. Okay. Now I'm just adding a little more white, allowing some of this blue to be picked up and the crimsons and all the beautiful little colors. It's a fantastic way to make a happy little sky. There we go. Now when you're preparing your canvas, as I mentioned earlier, it's covered with black gesso. And you can use black latex, but latex is not designed to hold paint. So be careful with that. It'll work in a pinch, but if you have an option, use a product that's designed specifically for making canvases black. There. Now then, with our nice clean brush, we can just go back and blend all this together. Hope you got your sunglasses on today. That's one wild sky. You just want to keep blending till you can't tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Just bring it together very smooth. About like so. And very lightly go over it to take out all the brush strokes. And you got a happy little sky that quick. That quick. Okay. Let's have some fun. Today we'll use the old round brush. I'm gonna go right into some Van Dyke Brown and dark sienna. And just tap the brush. Just firmly tap it. Just like so. There we go. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, I want to have some little trees and stuff in the background here. So take the round brush and just tap in some basic shapes. Just the very basic shape. You're not really worried about much at this point. Look at that. This old round brush does some super things. There we go. Just all kinds of happy little trees. A little more paint on the brush. And there comes one. All right, maybe right here. Let's have a big strong tree. He lives right here. There. You can just absolutely go crazy with this. Make all kinds of trees. You gotta have a place for the birds to sit. There. I introduced you to my little bird earlier in the series. There. Okay. And that gives us some basic shapes for all of our little shrubbery and bushes and trees and all those little good things. Now then, I tell you what, let's use the script liner brush and I'll dip it right into some paint thinner and we'll go into some of the brown. Now you want this paint to be as thin as water, ink consistency. And turn the brush, that loads it, turn it and pull it out. See how sharp that is? Turn it and pull it out. A liner brush has very long bristles. It'll come to a fantastic point. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's just put the indication of some happy little tree trunks in here. Just here and there. Got to have something to hold up all these trees and shrubbery and there. And maybe there's one that comes way on out like this. Wherever. You make the decision. Here's one over here. This one looks like he's sort of bent to me. I like old trees that are leaning over and have some character. There we go. And you can put as many or as few branches as you want in your tree. Just lay them on. Now if you have trouble making the paint come off the brush, add a little more paint thinner. Remember our golden rule. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Okay, and over in here, we don't want this tree to be left out. Let's give him a happy little trunk. There he is. But you see how easy it is to make a fantastic sky already? And once you put these little trees in, then it pushes everything back, and it makes it come alive. Now then, let's take the same old round brush. I haven't cleaned it, still dirty, and we'll go into some of the yellows. And I'm just going to tap into yellow, little yellow ochre. Just tap it, and get quite a bit of paint on the brush. See how I'm tapping? Do it slow so you can see there, but a lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, with just the top corner of the brush, let's go in here and begin adding all kinds of little bright shiny leaves on here. All I'm doing is just touching, but worry about shape. Add a little of the bright red to that. Let's make one right. Ooh, look at there. Doesn't that one stand out nice? But all you're doing is just tapping with the top corner, and then as you go down, 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 let it get darker, 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 darker. Okay, let's go right up here. We'll go to this old big tree. Give him some little happy things going on. Don't want him to be left out. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? I knew you could do it. I knew. There we go. See, now when you're doing these trees, don't kill all the little dark areas. Leave some of these dark areas. See in here? I use that as a pointer. The dark areas are as important as the light areas. Don't kill them all. That's what gives your tree character. And then we work forward. Work in layers, completing the most distant thing first and then coming forward. See, now that one will push everything else back. Sneaky, huh? And that's the way you build depth in your painting. And don't make them all the same shape. Some are tall, some are short, some are skinny, some are fat. They're just like people. Each one has their own individual personality. There we go. Okay, let's go over here on the other side and drop in a few on this little tree. We don't want him left out either. There. See, and when you're painting trees, devote some time to studying what a tree looks like. Go out and talk to a tree. Make friends with it. Spend some time looking at trees. See what makes them work. Why do they look the way they look? Bet you got a tree in your front yard probably that you've looked at for 100 years and never paid any attention to. Get you a big glass of iced tea and go out one day and sit in the yard and just look at how beautiful it is. Nature's so fantastic. You just devote a little bit of time to studying it, looking at it. Make friends with it. There we go. Let's go right up in here. We'll put some on this tree. But all we're touching is the top corner of the brush, just the very top corner. So you get all those beautiful little individual things. Be careful that you don't let the brush slide. If it slides, then you're going to be unhappy with me. I want you to be unhappy. You're just tapping, but no sliding. That's very important. And then let's come right down here, and there's another little rascal. Well, he's just singing in the sun out here. You can just cover up your whole canvas with layer after layer of bushes if you want. And that's okay. That's a super, super way to practice. But let's have some fun in here. Maybe we will take just some plain old titanium white here on the fan brush. Load it quite full. Quite full. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now then, maybe there's snow on the ground here, in with all these little bushes. I want to do that because it looks pretty. Just begin forming the lay of the land, see? Very gently. And allow it to pick up that color it's underneath, so it reflects right out of the sky. And you can just, see, make all kinds of little hills and valleys in here. And very lightly, just blend it all together. And you can push everything back. You can make layer after layer after layer, just by blending it a little. There we go. Maybe over in here. Comes right down, just wherever you want it. It's up to you. There we go. Isn't that a super easy way to make some happy little ground areas? Okay, maybe over in here. We'll just bring this right on back. What the heck? We don't have to make any big decisions yet. Something like so. I tell you what, if you've painted with me before, you know me and water. I'm a water fanatic. So I'll take a little bit of white on the 2-inch brush. And let's say there's a little bit of water right here. So I'm going to touch and just pull straight down. Straight down. Here I'm using a very, very firm pressure. Get tough with it. Just pull him down. Like so. Okay. Okay, white. See how easy it is to make water? Be sure these lines come straight down. There, add a little bit of color. I want this to be bright. All right. Now then, gently, gently go across. Just enough to give it sort of a sheen. Like so. Okay. Now then, let's come back with the old fan brush, and we can begin doing little individual things here. Watch right here. Just that easy. Just bring it right over. Put a little doer right there. And maybe there's one that lives here, and this one comes right on out. Just like so. See, just as many or as few as you want. And we can begin putting all kinds of little things that live out here. Okay, there we go. Tell you what, let's go over here. And you build layer after layer after layer. And that, once again, I know you get tired of hearing me say it, but that helps create the illusion of depth, distance in your painting. There we are. Now then, I'm going to take a little touch of the liquid white. Pull it out very flat. Let me clean the knife. Maybe we can get a close-up here and you can see how to load this knife. Pull it out as flat as you can get it and then cut across. See? Pull it out flat and then cut across. It's that easy. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, all you do is go right in here and we'll just cut in a little water line. Just cut it in. There we go. Like so. And maybe a little bit right in there. Isn't that super? Now then, I had to make some big decisions. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have this come right down over there. Then we can just fill all this up. Added a touch of the phthalo blue right there. I want to put some shadows in this. So just a little tiny bit. Then we put the white right over it, like so. Maybe we'll even add a little touch of alizarin crimson. I want some of that sky color to reflect through there. All we're doing right now is just laying in some base color. Now we'll come back and very gently, begin laying white right on top of that. This is just straight titanium white. Just plain old white. All right. There we go. Isn't that a super way just to drop in a happy little snowbank? And you can do it. You can do it. Okay, right here. Did you ever think you'd get a painting this bright off a black canvas? You can. You really can. There we go. Straighten up the edges. All right. Let's smooth this out up here a little. Put a little bit of the phthalo blue up here too. I want to create a little shadow in there. It's a little bit darker over in here. Then our white. See there? You can just keep changing your mind anytime that you want to here. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. You learn to work with anything that happens. There we go. That's coming right along. Tell you what. Let's have some fun. This old round brush is so much fun. Let's just play with it. I'm going to go right into the browns again. Just tap. Just tap it. Maybe over here in this corner. Yep, I see a great big tree. Boy, he's a big one. He goes clean off the canvas up here. There you are. Just sort of visualize these things in your mind and drop them on the canvas. It's your creation. You can do anything that you want to do here. Anything. We'll just come right on down here. Like so. Now then, we'll take the fan brush and load it full of the Van Dyke brown and dark sienna. We just mix them together right on the brush. See, load the brush full of color, both sides. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's put a happy little tree trunk in there. Just as you pull down, apply more pressure so it gets larger and larger toward the bottom. Tell you what, maybe you're right. Yep, right there. Right there. We'll put another one. Shoot, we just got all kinds of happy little trees. And take the knife, some white, and some of that same brown color. I want to add at least a little touch of the bright red to it, just to give it some sparkle it up. About like that. Cut off a little roll of paint, just a very small roll. Let's go up here. Now then, right along the edges here, I just want to put the indication of a few highlights. Just make that little old tree stand right out. Then we'll give this one some, don't want him left out. There he is, there he is. That easy. And all I'm doing is just touching the canvas. The canvas will pull off what it wants and give you back what's left. Just like a tax man does every year. There we go. Just right on up the tree. Okay. Now let's take our old liner brush, paint thinner, and you want this paint to be very, very thin. I can't say that enough. It won't flow unless it's almost the consistency of ink. All right. Let's just go right in here and just drop in the indication of a few happy little tree branches here and there. Just here and there. Wherever you think they should be, that's exactly where they should be. And when you do this, just relax, kick back, enjoy. Should make you happy. Should make you very happy when you paint. Painting's one of those good things. There. And if painting teaches you nothing else at all, it will teach you to see. It will teach you to see things in nature that you never knew existed before you. You'll become aware of shape, of color. Oh my gosh, it opens a whole new world to you. A whole new world. And when you drive down the street, you'll see color in trees and form. Be careful, you'll wreck the car sometime looking. I get so crazy, I just don't pay any attention to where I'm going. And when I travel, I carry a camera with me. And with a camera, then you can take pictures of things and save it for later times when you want to paint. And you can come back and take ideas off that painting that you did, or picture that you did, and do a beautiful painting. I'm just taking a little bit of the brown here and tapping in just some little indications of some happy little leaves. This is just a dark, so if we put some light on, it'll show. Just some dark color. Okay. I have 2 round brushes going here, so I don't have to go back and forth and wash them so much. Okay, and now we'll go back in here, and we just with a little bit of yellow, tap on some indications of some happy little leaves that are living up here. This round brush is fantastic. You can do entire paintings with it. You can do entire paintings. It makes beautiful clouds, super bushes. There we go. Don't overdo here. I want to keep this quite dark. This is more in the shadow areas. Like so. Okay. Now then, with our fan brush that has the white on it, we can go back in here and let's just clean up the foots down here. And allow a little of that brown color to be picked up. There we go. Now, let's have some fun. We'll take the fan brush with some brown on it, and we'll just pop in a few little grassy things that are living down here, wherever you want them. Maybe there's one that lives here. Look at there. Just wherever. Sort of breaks up that expanse of white. Then with our brush that has the white on it, we can smooth up the edges and sort of bring us all together. There. Wherever you want it to go. I tell you what, you know me. I got a couple of minutes left here, so let's have some fun. I think it's a big tree. He comes way out here and lives down here. Now by putting this tree in, it does 2 things. It drives my director crazy, that's first. But the second thing is it pushes everything back and gives much more perspective to the painting. There we go. All right, back to our paint thinner on the liner brush. And let's put in just an indication of a little tree trunk or 2 here. Just here and there, like so. There's some. Once again, this paint should be as thin as ink. Thin as ink. If it won't flow, then add a little bit more of the paint thinner to it. There. With our knife, this little tree needs a touch of highlight on it. Just a little, just enough to make him stand out. Just by tapping, you can fade it right on back into nothing. While I have that thin paint on here, I'm going to just drop in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Just a couple to break that up and bring it all together. Okay. Let's put the indication of a happy little leaf or 2 on this tree. Don't want him to be left out. About like so. Just a couple. A little bit of yellow. And we can highlight him. Not a fantastic way, though, to make a super little painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll give you a lot of experience with a round brush. A lot of fun. And I certainly hope you try it. I think we'll sign that one. Take a little bit of red. Sign it right here. And with that, we'll call this painting finished. Once again, certainly hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you next time. Until then, happy painting. God bless. Hi, glad to see you again today. You ready to do a fantastic seascape? Thought that's what we'd do today. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this seascape with me. And let's go on up here and let me talk just a little bit while they're doing that. I started with a good old standard 18 by 24 inch canvas, but I've done something a little bit different today. The top part of the canvas is totally covered with a thin, even coat of liquid white, all the way up here down. You can see this little line here. Now from here down is covered with liquid clear. Now this is just like liquid white, only it's clear, that's all. So let's go and do a fantastic little seascape. I'm going to start out with a 2-inch brush and a small amount of the cad yellow. Very small amount. Just beat it into the bristles a little bit. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe we'll have a beautiful, bright little sky today. So I'm just going to start with a little yellow. Do something like so. Just let that mix with the liquid white. There. Now, without cleaning the brush, go right into a touch of yellow ochre. Load the brush the same way. Go back up here. Now right around the edges of that, see there? Still using little crisscross strokes. We'll just bring that right around sort of like so. There we go. And if a little happens to get down here in your painting, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's no problem at all. Okay, still without cleaning the brush, we'll go right into bright red. A little bit. It's very strong, okay? Now then, right around those edges, we'll take a little bit of this beautiful red color. Just like so. Isn't that pretty? Already we have a painting for the Museum of Modern Art here. We can just stop right there. Now then, I want to put a little bit of red over here and just let it work right along. Right in here is going to be the horizon. There we go. And we'll just very lightly blend all this together. Okay. Now then, I have several brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing. I'm going to take straight titanium white, just straight white, and go right up in this area. And I want this to be very bright, so I'm going to take white and put it right there. Straight titanium white. Now it won't show up much because light against light is nothing, but you just wait. Now I'm going to grab it and pull it. Just pull. Look at there. Grab it and pull. And we don't care what happens in here. We're going to cover all that up anyway. Now then, let me wash the brush. And we just wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake them off and beat the devil out of them. Okay, we can just use this same old brush. I'm going to go into a small amount of phthalo blue and reach up here and grab a little touch of alizarin crimson. So we have phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, proportionately much more crimson than blue. I want this to be a little bit to the reddish side. Okay, there's very little paint on the brush. Let's go back up here. Now then, let's take and use just the corner of the brush using little circular strokes. And let's just begin laying in some happy little clouds. Maybe there's one that lives, oh, look at there, look at there, look at there. There he is, see? He comes right out there. Look at that. See how easy it is to make all kinds of beautiful little cloud shapes? All you need is just the corner of the brush. There we go. Okay, now then over here, we'll put another little cloud that lives right there. There we go. And in your world, you decide where the clouds live. And you put as many or as few as you want. It's your decision. There we go. Just wherever. Maybe there's one right there. Still using those tiny little strokes, little circular strokes, just with the corner of the brush. Okay, so say I have several brushes going here. Now with a clean brush, I'm just going to very gently blend this a little. Don't have to over blend it. Just enough to sort of mix it up. Like so. There we go. Still using little round strokes, little circular strokes. Now you can blend this till it absolutely goes away. All we want to do is blend it just enough to soften the edges so it comes all, and then watch here. Then we'll take this and very gently, 3 hairs and some air. Very gently, just bring it all together. You don't want to lose your shapes. You just want to soften all the edges. And then you can do like that. See how it just brings it right over? Makes it look like little light streaks coming through there. Now then, to really add a little more contrast, I'm going to mix a little more color, the same color, crimson and phthalo blue. Those are in crimson, phthalo blue, but a little darker, a little more on the brush. And right in here, I want to show a cloud that's a little closer. So for that, we'll just use a little darker color. And it'll give the impression that this cloud is closer to us. See how easy that is? You can create all kinds of beautiful little things happening in here. All right, then we'll go back to our clean brush. Stir this up a little bit. Just mix it. Don't overdo, don't overdo. It's easy to get carried away. And then very lightly. 2 hairs and some air this time. See, it gives the impression now that that cloud is in front a little bit. So it helps create the illusion of depth and distance in your sky. And you can put a couple here and there, wherever. But that easy, you can make a fantastic, fantastic sky. Looks like a nice sunset already. And if you want to, you can go in here with a fan brush and you can add some little streakers. Little streaky clouds. See? That easy. And you can put as many of these in as you want. Just want to show you how. Clean, dry brush, and then blend them right into the painting. There we go. Isn't that a beautiful sky? And you can do it. There, wash that fan brush. I have some paper towels over here. I just dry the fan brush on. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Alrighty. Now then, we have to make a big decision here. Let's take our phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and I'm going to make a dark lavender color. On the palette, it should look black. All right, we got her mixed here. Now then, let me show you one other thing first. One of the easiest ways to help you with the seascape, because they're sort of hard at first till you practice a little. I'm going to take the little filbert brush here, and to that I've added a bunch of paint thinner, so this is thin as water nearly. Sort of come in here and sketch out where you want the major wave to be. And let's just say it's going to live, boom, right there. And this is not a commitment at this time. You can still change it. Zoom, comes up like that. Maybe it comes over. Maybe the foam's going to crash up in here somewhere like that. Now, our shoreline, maybe it'll come, like that. Something like that. That just helps give you a little bit of sort of a layout. and it'll really save you a lot of trouble. Okay. After you've practiced a while, maybe you don't need to do this, but at first, I really recommend you do it that way. It'll help you lay it out. Here I'm using that dark color we made. It's a very dark lavender color. Now see, if we had used liquid white here, when we put this on, it would pick up the white, and you would lose this beautiful, beautiful dark color. There. The liquid clear allows us to mix on the canvas without changing the value of the color. Look at that. And we'll just come right on down in here. In here, we're going to have the transparency or the bright spot of the wave. That's the part of the wave. If you're into selling paintings, that's the part of the wave that sells. That's what everybody wants to see. It's that big crasher. We'll come right in here and just sort of follow this guide. All we're doing here is putting in some dark color so our light will show later on. Let me add a little more color. A little more color. Just alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Now when you're doing these at home, you can add all kinds of colors. A lot of times phthalo green is very pretty in seascapes. Ooh, it is dynamite color. Beautiful color. But it's very strong. Be careful with it. See, already we have all of our dark areas blocked in. When you're using a big old 2-inch brush, it didn't take but a second. Okay. Isn't that a beautiful, rich color? All right. Now we can really start playing. Let me grab my fan brush. I'm going to take same old colors, alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And let's put some on the fan brush here. Just load it back and forth like that. Not a great deal of paint on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a little footland back here. That's a fancy name for a rock sticks out in the water. Little peninsula way back in the distance. And this is too far away to show detail, so don't worry about it. All we're looking for here is just a basic shape. Okay, tell you what. Shoot, that was so much fun. Let's do another one. Maybe there's another bigger stone in front of it here, bigger footland. This will help create the illusion of distance in your painting. And you can put all kind of things back here. You can put little trees on these footlands and just whatever. But it really helps. See, it shows different planes in your painting. Hope you can see that. Okay. Now, if it doesn't show up quite well enough, you can take and add a little highlight to it. See, just to get it to stand out a little more. Maybe that'll help. You can see that a little better now. There we go. Good. Okay. And that quick, we got a happy little footland back here. All right, now we can begin putting in some of the good stuff. I'll just start with just plain old titanium white. And we'll go right up here and just begin putting in some happy little highlights way back here in the distance. Barely touching. Barely touching. And sort of like that, make all these little things happen. Bring it right around the base of this little footland back here. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's go like right in here. Watch here, grab it, and just come right up like that. Uh-oh, what have we done now? And maybe there's another one right here and back. And let's go right along here, like that, and then right along there. See how easy that is? Let me clean off the old brush here. Now then, I'm going to take another fan brush that's clean and very gently, here, I'm just going to begin doing like so. See, just work that back. Pay very, very close attention to angles. All you want to leave in here is the dark area. This is a time when the dark areas are much more important than the light areas. Now right in here, same thing. Same thing. See, just blend that up like that. That's beginning to look pretty already. Okay. Now that we can go right into a little bit of white. See, and begin making all these little things that are far, far away, little swells that are far in the distance. Don't want too much detail back there. There's our little footman. Okay, good. This painting, it'll teach you to be an expert brush washer. Let's go back into our blue and crimson. Just mix it right on the palette. All right, now this area here, we have to put dark in before we can put our light in. So let's just add a little bit of dark color right here. See how easy that is? Follow that basic angle, so look at that. Look at there. All we're doing is just applying dark. We'll come back later and put all the highlights on, the good parts. Everybody wants to jump on these good parts, but you have to do the framework first. Okay, now that we got some dark on there, let's take some white. Just use some titanium white. A lot of paint on the brush now, a lot of paint. Okay, now then, grab this and pull it. Pull it. The strokes are very important. You might need to wash or wipe your brush. Sometimes you can just wipe it in between each stroke because you're going to pick up some of this undercolor. See? Grab it and pull it. Here, like that. Okay. Now then, let's get our little filbert brush here. I'm going to go into white and the least little touch of cadmium yellow. White and yellow. White and yellow. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's go right in here. This is the part that makes the painting so pretty. This is it. All we're doing here is scrubbing in some color. And the light would come right along the top of this wave because the water's thinner here. Look at that. Just like so. And maybe there's a touch even right over in here. Just a little bit right in there. All right. Now then. With a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, it's most important. Clean, dry 2-inch brush. Come right in here, very, very gently. Just begin blending this. Now then, we're going to begin picking up some of this nice, rich lavender color we have down here and blending it right up into it. Look at there. And this is where we begin forming the basic angle of the wave. Now, I beat the brush just to remove excess paint. See, it doesn't matter if a little of that color goes up in there. That light, the light area will remain. Just grab it and pull. Okay, let me find my little filbert brush here. We'll use some of this lavender color that we have. Same old lavender color. Put a touch of white in it. There we go. Now let's begin putting some foam in there. First, we'll put the shadows in. And you take this brush and just lay it over and just really scrub it in. Get tough with it. Get mean with it. Think about water churning and bubbling, and maybe it comes way up here and crashes and splashes, and all kinds of fantastic little things are happening. And this is only the shadow. Only the shadow. We'll come back and put the highlights on in a second. fill this in. This needs to be good and dark also. Like that. And with our clean brush, we want to continue this angle. Just grab it and bring it through. Look at there. Okay. Now be sure your filbert brush is good and clean and dry. Now comes the fun part. This is what we wait on. Take white, cad yellow, load a lot of paint into the bristles. Just really fill this son of a gun up. Okay, now then, sort of hold the brush here and give it a little upward push. And it's that upward push, that's where the splash happens. And when you begin running out of paint, turn it over and use the other side of the brush. And usually you can just wipe off the excess. You don't have to go through the whole cleaning procedure. You want to keep this color as pure as you can, because it's going to mix with what's on there. Okay, plenty of paint on the brush. Plenty of paint. Splashing way up here. All kinds of beautiful little things are happening. Continually wipe that brush. Keep it good and clean. And we'll have a little bit, boom. Oh, you get carried away with these. You can really get carried away and have a super time. Seascapes are fun. There. Okay. Clean off the brush. Okay, now with a good, clean, dry brush, you just want to sort of mix this together. That'll make a different value, a medium value here, because it'll mix with the dark and the light and brings it all together. Just stir it up a little bit. Okay. Now then, good, clean, dry 2-inch brush, just the corner, and just mix this up. All you have to do is just very gently bring all this together. Very gently. This is 2 hairs and some air. Barely touching. And that easy. We have it. Now then, I'm going to take a paint thinner, yellow and white, and be sure your paint is as thin as ink. So very thin, water consistency. Let's go right up here. This nice bright area here, there's going to be all kinds of light shining through. Just put all these happy little things. And at home, when you have unlimited time, you can just really go in here and put all kinds of beautiful, beautiful little things. There. Okay. Come right along here and just sparkle that like so. Right. Now, let's take some white, a little touch of the phthalo blue, very little blue, white and blue. And let's begin working on some happy little things that are just floating right on down through here. All kinds of little, this is where you begin forming the wave. This gives it shape, it gives it character. Look at that. And back in here, just bring it right on back. Let's have some fun. Right into that light area. I'm going to go right into some cad yellow. We'll just throw that right on there. Right into the yellow ochre, just like we did the sky. Just drop it in. Right into some bright red. Whew, we got us a fireball going here. Then I'm going to reach into dark sienna. A little bit more dark sienna here. Then right into Van Dyke brown. Over here, I want to get quite dark, so it makes that light really stand out. Okay, now then, little touch of white right there. And then with a clean brush, all you have to do is blend all this together. Just blend it together. Let the colors sort of mix. And then lightly, lightly, lightly go across. Lightly go across. Then we'll take a fan brush. I want to put titanium white with the least little touch of phthalo blue on it. And then let's come right in here and begin making all kinds of happy little foam things. Just laying out here, having a good time. Leave some of these dark areas. Leave some dark areas. Don't kill them all. See, begin paying attention to the shape of the wave. It's very important. Very important. Over here, I have some coming up like that. Now, while I got the old brush going, I'll just take it right into some brown. And let's have maybe just some sand right here. Comes right, there it is. Look at there. You can just put, this is just brown with a little touch of white that was left on it. Right down like that. A little bit of sand on the beach. Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, a little touch of white. Little seagulls have got to have a place to run. Okay, now take a little paint thinner with some dark paint, and we just run a little line right into here, like so. Paint thinner with some of the light blue, and we can just put the indication of a little bit of water playing all down here on the beach. Put all kinds of little lines and stuff here and there. See how easy that is? And it really makes some nice effects. And let's have a happy little stone. Lives right there. This is just Van Dyke brown. Shoot, I tell you what, we'll have another little stone right there. Can pull a little bit down. Grab it. Makes a reflection. Take the little knife. And we'll put the least little touch of some highlights on here. Like so. The old clock on the wall is telling me, got to stop for today. So with that, I think we'll call this painting finished. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed it. That'll give you a good idea of how to do a fantastic seascape. Happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting? Well, good. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, like always. Let's go on up here, because I've got crazy today. This is crazy day. I found some tape laying around here in the studio, and I just thought I'd show you, with a little imagination and pick up a few things that are laying around, you can do some fantastic things. I've taken, this is about 2-inch wide tape, and went all the way around the borders here. Then they had some masking tape, so I just put that in here like that. Then I've covered the entire thing with liquid white, so it's all slick and ready to go. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to start off today with a touch of alizarin crimson. Just a touch. Tap it into the brush. Just a touch. Don't want to set this sky on fire. We just want to warm it up. Let's go right up here. And maybe right in here, there's a little bit of alizarin crimson. Very, very small amount. Once again, you don't want to set it on fire. Or just a little. And use little crisscross strokes, both sides of the brush. And it mixes with the liquid white and makes a beautiful, beautiful pinkish glow. Just like that. Just paint right over the tape. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now then, without even cleaning the brush, I'm going right into some midnight black and the least little touch of phthalo blue. Very little paint on the brush, but the black and the blue are so strong that you don't have to clean the pink off. All right, let's go back up here. Now then, I'm gonna start right up here at the top and begin just blending this right down to the pink area. I think today, let's do a very soft, gentle little painting. Just very quiet. There we go. Okay, touch more of the black and the blue. Black and blue. That's what I get when I get in trouble at home, boy. It's black and blue. There we go. And I stay in trouble. All right. Blend it right down. Now be careful. Be careful here because this dark color will absolutely consume your pink. In just a heartbeat, it'll eat it all up. Shoot, while I got that going, let's have some fun. This is mostly black. There's virtually no blue in here, so be careful. And let's just put a little color down here. What the heck? What the heck? All right. Now then, we'll clean the brush. Scrub it on there's a screen in the bottom of this can. Just scrub it real hard. The screen's about an inch high. That's the fun part. Anyway, the screen's about an inch high, and that allows you to scrub the brush, and then all the solid material falls to the bottom and keeps your paint thinner relatively clean. Okay, now then, clean, dry brush. And I want to just bring this guy together. Gently, gently, gently bring it together. Still using a little crisscross strokes. Just here and there. There, see how easy that is? And then very lightly go across the whole sky to soften it and bring it together. Now maybe, I'll tell you what the heck? This is crazy day, we're just playing. Let's just take the corner of the 2-inch brush and go through a little touch of white. Little touch. And maybe there's just an indication up here. Very light. I don't want very distinct clouds today. Maybe there's just a little floater that lives up here. And he just floats around the sky. I've just used the corner of the brush. Then we'll blend that out. Just to give it the hint of a cloud. Just the hint. Don't want anything too bright, too sharp back here. I want this guy to be very passive. Okay, maybe there's even a little floater coming right down through here. If it gets too bright, just take and just work with a little bit. Just work with it. It'll blend into the color it's already on the canvas and just go away. There we go. Now then, I'm just going to fluff these little clouds up with a dry brush. Just fluff them up, and very lightly, just blend it a little bit. A little bright right there. I want these to be very soft clouds, so we'll just blend it and go back over it. And that easily, it goes away. That easy. Okay. Now then, let's build us a happy little mountain. And for that, I'm going to take a little bit of Prussian blue, a little black, a little brown. Shoot, we'll throw some crimson in there too, alizarin crimson. Pull it out very flat, cut across till we have a little roll of paint. There we are. Now then, maybe there's a happy mountain. He lives right about there. See, just push that paint right into the fabric. And all we're looking for here is just a very basic shape. You're only interested in the top. Just right up here on the top. You could care less what's happening in here. It's of no concern right now. Later on it will be. But right now, no concern. Now then, show you a little trick here. Watch here. We'll take this and pull it down. Now with that, I get a little paint on the brush. Let's take that paint and go right up here. And that easy, we can make the indication of a little mountain that lives way back in the distance. He's very soft and very far away. See, by pulling this paint up here and doing it, then it's exactly the same color, just a different value. There we go. Now pull this one distinctly in front of it. Isn't that sneaky? I thought you'd like that. Okay, by pulling it out, we remove the excess paint and blend it right down to nothing. And don't worry about the tape. Just pretend it's not even here. There. Okay, we'll wash our brush. Give it a good wrap, and off we go. You know, a couple of series back, we introduced this idea of using contact paper and making ovals and all kinds of shapes. Since then, I've got letters from all over the country showing me what people have done taking this basic idea using contact paper. My friend Nat, who lives in Canada, he sent me some pictures the other day, and he's taken and used octagons and all different kinds of shapes cut out of contact paper. And it's the same basic idea. Try all different kind of things at home. You'll be amazed at what you can do. All right, let's take some titanium white, pull it out very flat. Really pull it out flat, and then cut across like that. A little roll of paint. And we'll go right up here, and we'll put some highlights on this mountain. Just touch it, and we're going to apply no pressure whatsoever. You just let the knife literally float across the canvas. Just float. Here we go, and put all kinds of little things in here. There. Let's go right up here. There. Okay, and just decide where you think light would strike your mountain. And just let it fall on there. And you want the paint to break. Now, when I say break, I mean leave all these holes in it. And for that, you must have a firm paint. If you have a thin, soupy, oily paint, oh, you're going to be in agony city. You're going to be a mud mixer, and then you're going to holler at me. So be sure you use a paint that's very firm. That's so important. So important. A little bit right there. Okay, see, and you can just keep on and on making big decisions where you want this to be. There. Okay, now then, let's make a shadow color. Got to have a shadow on that mountain. For that, we'll take some white, a tiny bit of Prussian blue. Prussian blue is very strong. Be careful. Be careful. And then a little black. So we have black, blue, and white. There. And just leave it sort of marble like that. Don't overmix it. Cut across, and we have our little roll of paint again. Always using that little roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now then, decide where your shadows are. And once again, using no pressure, just drop in some happy little shadows. See there? Just make decisions where these shadows live. Make a decision and do it. This is your mountain, so you can do anything here that you want to do. There we go. Now watch. Let's do this one right here. I'll show you a little trick here. If you've painted with them before, you've seen this. See, now we want to push this peak right here back. Watch here, watch here. Come right down, right down, right down, and go distinctly through it. And look at that. See? Did you know you had that much power? You can move mountains. You can move mountains. Boy, when I go home, I can't move nothing but the garbage. But here I can move anything. There we go. Okay. Now then, we'll come back and let's, oh, look at that. Look at that. You can just put all the little peaks and stuff. Maybe? Yes. Yes, there is. You're right. There's one that lives right there. You knew that, didn't you? There we go. You can just keep on and on till you've covered your entire canvas with mountains. And that's fun too. Nothing wrong with that. Go back, drop us in a happy little shadow here and there. See there? Just let it blend right out. Okay, let's go right in here. Every highlight needs a shadow. If he doesn't have a shadow, he'll just lay there. He won't come out and play with you. All right. All right. Now then, let's create some mist down here at the base. And for that, I'll take a 2-inch brush and I'm going to tap. Just tap. Follow these angles. If they come down this way, then tap down that way. There we go. Always follow those angles, so it's very, very important. And if everything works just right, you'll have a nice misty base that you can literally see detail in, but yet see through it. Over here, follow these angles, see? Isn't that easy? You're fantastic. Now then, I'll beat the brush a little bit. That'll take the excess paint off. Then lift it upward. Just lift it up, lift up. Look at that. Look at that. I've probably painted 20,000 paintings, and I still get excited when I see the beautiful, beautiful effects you can make so easy. Because for years I was a traditional painter, and oh my gosh, I agonized over paintings. And now then, I just do them. Okay. Painting should not be agonizing. It should be fun. You should enjoy what you're doing. Okay. Let's come along here and let's have some fun. I'll tell you what, let's just go right into a little bit of yellow. And I'll reach up here and get some sap green, and I'm going to pull a little bit of black into that just to dull it down. Okay, there we go. Tap the brush, tap it. Let's go back up here. Maybe there's a little foothill, just a little hill that lives right here. All you have to do is just tap. I want this to be a nice, bright one back in the distance. Tap. Now allow it to pick up that color we laid on the canvas. See there? And just disappear right down so it gets softer, 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 softer. See there? Look at that. Softer, softer. Almost down to nothing down here. Good. Good. Okay, let's take some black, Prussian blue, brown. Shoot, there's some sap green. We'll throw it in there. You can throw in some crimson. It doesn't matter. It really, what you're looking for is a color that's very dark. Let me wipe my knife off here. And I'll grab the old fan brush, and let's make a couple of happy trees. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Really fill it up. Okay, let's go up here and let's decide where a little tree lives. He lives right there. Touch. That sort of gives you a guide at the top of the tree, and then just use the corner, just the corner. And as you work down, push harder and harder so it pushes the bristles downward. Let's make several trees in here. And in your world, in your creation, you decide. You want 10 trees? 10 trees is what we're looking for. There. Let's make several. That'll give you a chance to practice. Now see right there, I want that little tiny bit of green to show through, because that'll show that there's something happening behind there. Okay. Now trees don't all grow the same. Some are skinny, some are a little heavier. Shoot, some are just, they're like me, they're just tired. So, however, don't think your tree has to be a certain way. Trees just grow however makes them happy. And sometimes when they're little, maybe a big old bear walks by and steps on them. Gives them a hurt. Ooh. And they get little crooks and bends, and just make up little stories. Think what happened to all these little trees. See, now here's one that maybe this one kicked him, so he's leaning over. Just sort of pushed him right out of the way. You get mean trees too. Okay, shoot, we'll put a couple more over here. Little trees are fun to make. And maybe way back in here, there's just a little indication of some trees. Just take, maybe you can see that, just take the brush and tap it downward. Just make the indication, some trees that are far, far away. That easy. Maybe there's one right there. I'm just going to cover the whole canvas with trees here. Maybe I should stop. I get carried away sometimes. I like to make these little rascals. There, we can pop in some dark color. Now then, I'm just going to take a clean knife, nothing on it, and just sort of scratch through here and there. It'll make it look like some little tree trunks. You could put color on it, but you don't have to. There. Look at all the little things. All kinds of little details. That easy. Now, without cleaning the brush, because it has black and blue on it, I'll go right into the yellow, and that'll make a beautiful, beautiful, rich green. Let's go back up here. And with that, I just want to place the indication of a few highlights. I want to keep these trees quite dark for the contrast, but a few little highlights here and there. There's some sparkly, happy little things. Right up through here. There we go. And pretty. These are the kind of scenes my mother likes. She's a fantastic lady. She lives in Florida, and she's enjoying the sunshine now. She'd have to be a fantastic lady to put up with me. Well, you got to be something to live with a crazy painter. There we go. Her and I go fishing together. But we're not very good fishermen. We catch a fish and we put a Band-Aid on him, put him back in the water and wish him well. Send him on his way. Okay, back to the old brush here. And I'm just using a little bit of green. And I'm going to pick up this dark color and begin creating the general lay of the land. Just tap. Continually tapping. Tap downward. Look at that. And just allow the brush to touch that dark that you made your trees out of. And just begin creating all kinds of little effects. And I'll add a little touch of yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, here and there, the least little bit of the bright red. You can make this look just like a happy little meadow out here. And the more you tap, the softer it gets. It gets very gentle and very soft. There. Just sort of work these colors back and forth. Tap them together. Like so. Wherever in your world you make the decision where all these little things are and you put them in. There we go. And you can change the lay of the land. Watch right here. Shoot, look at this. Look here. By changing this angle, you can make the land come this way. There's no end to it. You can just go on and on and on. There. See? Maybe look at there. Isn't that neat that you can do all of that? And here and there, drop in a little darker colors. Okay, maybe right out here, maybe the sun's going to hit this. So you can go back and add little highlights where you want it to really stand out. Where you want it to really shine. There we go. Tell you what, you know me. Shoot, I want a little cabin out here. That's such a pretty area. Now there's several ways to make little cabins. One of the easiest ways is to take your knife and scrape out a basic shape. If you just take, it does two things. It allows you to lay out the little cabin without being committed, but probably more important than that, it removes excess paint. So your next layer of paint will stick much better. See there? That quick, you can just scrape out a cabin shape. Now, let's take some Van Dyke brown and we'll put in an eave or an overhang, whatever. Then put some, all we're doing right now is just blocking in color. Just blocking in color. We're not too worried yet about details. Look at there. That easy. Let's put some dark right there. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. That's all it is. Straight old Van Dyke brown. There we go. Now then, maybe up here on the roof, let's use some red, a little bit of dark sienna mixed together. A little bit more of the bright red. Ooh, there we go. Cut us off a little roll of paint, as usual. Now then, just take and just let this sort of bounce right along. Just let it touch, bounce, have fun. See it? Look at there. Okay, now then I'm going to take white. Let's add a little bit of black to it and make gray. White and black. pull us off a little bit of paint, and we'll go right up here, shoom, pull it down. See there? Just straight down. Now, for the other side, I want it darker, because not as much light's going to hit that side. My mountain tells me my light is coming from the right. So I'm going to get the small knife. It gets in those little areas better. And I'm going to reach right up in here. See, that's much darker. And this little knife, boy, it's great for these little things like this. And while I have the little knife, let's put us a door right there. Shoot. Now we can chop this off like so. We might even want a little window. Anything you want in your cabin, you can do it. Now then, let's go right here and put some grass right around the foots. Right around his little foots there. Okay. I'm going to put, just so this stands out, the least little touch of white or light color right along this edge so you can, ooh, nice. Nice little cabin. Let me grab the old fan brush. Let's take some straight Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna mixed in it. Got to have a happy little path. Maybe it comes down. Maybe it goes right on out of sight behind that hill. Comes out here, wherever you want your path to go. Look at that. Look at that. See there? There we go. Reach right up here, grab a little white, and it'll mix with the brown. That'll give us a little highlight. Just sort of let that skip across there. Just blip. Hit it nice and quick. Just let it skip. Like so. And clean it up with a little bit of the grassy areas right along like that. There. And that pushes your path right into your painting. Let's get crazy. Tell you what, let's go into a big bunch of brown dark sienna with a fan brush. And right there. Right there lives a happy tree. Big happy tree that lives right there. And let's give him an arm. He's got an arm that lives there. There we go. Okay, pull that right down. Give him a little foots. Okay. I'm going to go into paint thinner with a liner brush. A lot of thinner. I want this to be just like ink or water. And with that, we'll put the indication of a happy little branch here and there. There. Okay. There we go. And just as many or as few of these little limbs as you want in your world. This one here maybe comes clean over here. Look at that. All kinds of them. And we can we'll go right into a little bit of white, and let's just, look at there. Add the indication of a little highlight right on that. Just here and there, so that little tree trunk stands out. Has a personality all of its own. Little stick or two down here. Like that. And let's just clean up his little foots. Fix our path. I think we about have a finished painting. Now then comes the fun. Let me show you. Bring the camera right up here close. I'm going to grab this and watch here. Isn't that neat? Now, when you're doing this at home, if you painted this brown in here, for example, it looks just like you're looking out of a window. It's a super idea. Give it a try. Use the contact paper, tapes, all kinds of different things. You too can make some fantastic effects. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, and we'll see you next time. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little winter scene, just a simple little scene I think you'll really enjoy doing. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this painting. And while they're doing that, let's go on up here. I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and all ready. So let's start today. We'll use a little 1-inch brush. We'll start with a little touch of the cad yellow. Reach over here and grab a little just a very small amount of the bright red. So we have yellow and bright red. There, just load a little bit on the brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe we'll have a sun in the sky today, so decide where your sun's going to live. There you go. There we are. See, my sun lives with me. There we go. Every time he goes out, I move, but he finds me. There. And that's all we have to do with that brush. Just put that in. Wash the brush. Now, we'll take titanium white. And I'm going to reach up here and grab a touch, just a touch, of alizarin crimson. So we have white and alizarin crimson. Little, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Load the brush full of paint. Let's go right up here. Now come right around this circle we made and do this. Just make little crisscross strokes. Just like so. And then bring it right on up till it touches the yellow there. Okay? I fried something like that just the other day. Called it an egg. I'm not a very good cook. I burn Kool-Aid. There. That's just alizarin crimson and titanium white. Put a little bit right down in here. What the heck? Just throw it on. Now then, without washing the brush, same alizarin crimson, white, and to that I'm going to add a touch, just a touch, of phthalo blue. And just mix it on the brush. Make sort of a little lavender color. We'll go right out here, and we'll lay that on. Now all of these colors are mixing with a liquid white. So that makes this nice soft colors. And when you're doing this, I really recommend that you use the little crisscross strokes. If you use these little crisscross strokes, where it comes together here will be very simple to blend together. If you just draw big circles around here, it's a son of a gun to try to blend that together. And we'll put a little bit of that same lavender color. We'll just smear it on right here. Like so. No big deal how this goes on. Okay, still without washing the brush. Go right into some Van Dyke brown and mix it right in the lavender that we had. It's just straight old Van Dyke brown. All right, let's go up here. Now then, all the way out to the edge and in. Maybe a touch more of the phthalo blue into that. Yeah, that's better. So we had Van Dyke brown and phthalo blue. The blue helps just brighten it up a little. I like that a little better. There. And while we have that on there, once again, we can throw a little of it right in here. Blue and Van Dyke brown. There we go. Just throw this on. And some on this side. All we're doing is just trying to apply some color to the canvas. I think we've got a mess going here today. Well, we may really be in trouble with this one. Let's take the old big brush. And using little crisscross strokes, let's just begin blending all this together. Just blend it together. Now, when you're doing this at home, you may want to step back from the canvas several times during this blending procedure and take a look-see at it. It's very hard when you're standing this close to it to tell when it's all blended out nice and smooth. Always start in the light area over here and blend outward. Don't take that old dirty brush back into the center. You'll mess up the beautiful light area. You don't want to do that. You want to keep it nice and clean. All right, just all the way out to the very edge. Okay. Now, let me wash the brush. Let me wash the old brush. Shake it off. And just raise cane. There we go. Now then, you can blend this as many times as you want to get a desired softness or lightness. There's no limit to it. No limit. But seriously, do step back and take a look at it. It's hard to see up close. Now very lightly, go across the entire canvas. Now then, down here, I just want to blend all this together. Same way. See, because it has the liquid white on the canvas, you can blend color. If this was a dry canvas, you would have a devil of a time moving all this paint. There we go. See, you just bring it all together. That easy. And we'll do that same thing over here. That's the beauty of wet on wet painting. All right. Now just some long strokes to really soften it. There we go. And we can wash our brush again. Actually, I want to get the cameraman. He's been giving me a hard time. Now he has freckles. Okay, let's put a sun in here. For that, I'm going to use this finger, big old finger. Just tap it right into the paint and go right up here. Now you could use a brush, but finger painting's fun too. And push very firmly. You just want to push that color right into the fabric. Now then, of course, if you try to blend this, that paint's going to smear. Take your knife, come right up here so we can see. Take your knife and just go zoop and zip it right off. The value remains in the canvas. Now you can just blend it. And that's one of the neatest, easiest ways to make a fantastic little sun with almost no work. Okay. Told you this would be an easy one. I knew you would like it. Tell you what, let's have us a little mountain in here. We'll use some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, and alizarin crimson. Blue, brown, and crimson. Okay, and the more crimson you use, the more purplish your mountain will become. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and get that small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. One of the questions that I answered earlier, but in case you missed it, I want to say it again because I get so many letters about it. People think that my knife is different than the one they're using. For television, they make us paint the knife black so it doesn't glare. My knife is just like your knife. Until I painted it, it looked like chrome. It's very shiny. But if I leave it that way on TV, then it shines and makes big things come on there, and they yell and scream at me. So I just paint it with a flat black spray paint, just for the purposes of TV. It's like all the shiny parts on the brushes. We put duct tape on them. That keeps them from shining. But they're no different than the equipment that you're using. Here, the only thing you're worried about when you're building this mountain is a nice outside edge. You could care less what's happening in here. Scrape off all the excess paint, like so. Okay, let me wipe off my knife. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush and we grab this, bend the brush, and firmly pull it. Just pull it. And let it blend right down to nothing. Grab it and pull it. See, these brush strokes can be used to lay out your entire mountain, and you're not committed, and it's a super way of deciding where your shadows and highlights will live. Just using brush strokes. And you can change your mind 1,000 times if you want to. It's a sneaky little way to help you get through some of the more difficult parts. Look at this, see? Here, maybe put a shadow. See how you can do that? Maybe you want to change it, and maybe you want this one to come out here like that. You can do all these things and just look and get an idea of what it's going to be like. All right? These little things will help you. Use them. They're your friends. Okay. Beat that little devil off. And let's put some snow on this mountain. We're going to do a winter scene today. So for that, I'll use white, and I'm going to put the least little amount of bright red into it. The least little amount, just enough to warm it up. Pull it out flat Nice roll of paint right out on the edge there. Okay, let's go up here. Take the point of the knife, put it right up here at the point of your mountain. Touch, no pressure, no pressure. Just relax and enjoy. Let it flow. Just relax and let it flow. That easy. That easy. That's probably one of the biggest problem areas that people run into. It's because they apply too much pressure to the knife. Take a weak pill. There you go. Just relax. Just relax. There. See? And just let that bounce around and play and have fun. But no pressure. I can't say that enough times. Maybe there's a little peak here. Maybe it just wanders all over the place. We don't know. This is your mountain, so you decide. You decide. Wherever you want it to go, that's exactly where it should go. Let's put some shadows in it. Let me clean off a little spot to work on. I just have paper towels over there. I'm wiping the knife and the brushes on. We'll take a little bit of Prussian blue and white. There we go. Just mix it about like so. You don't have to over mix it. Just like so. That's plenty. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint. It's very important that you have that. Now then, go back in here and begin finding all these beautiful little shadow areas. See them? See them? There they are. Just lay them in here. Now this is a very simple little mountain. When you're doing this at home, you can do a much better job. You can put all kinds of things in there. All kinds, and you can use the little edge of the knife or the small knife to get into these little parts. There we go. Maybe we'll pull this down and, oops, right over into there. See there? That's fantastic because you can put all kinds of dimension into that little rascal. Here's a shadow. Right there. There comes one. Like so. And you can just keep on and on and on. Maybe want to bring that distinctly down. You can just keep going until you get it just the way that you want it. And if you live someplace where there's not a lot of mountains, you can pick up some books at the library that have beautiful, beautiful scenes in them. Or you leave the mountains out. On this canvas, you're the creator. So you make the decision, you put whatever you want in your world. Mountains are one of the most popular things that we do. That's the reason I do so many. But if you don't want mountains in your painting, leave them out. Okay? Now then, let's take the old 2-inch brush, tap it, tap it, tap it. Create the mist, lift upward. Follow the angles. Always follow the angles in the mountain. Like so. Another reason we teach mountains so much, if you can make the knife work on the mountains, then you can do all kinds of fantastic effects. You can make rocks and trees and roads and just everything. Nothing teaches you to use the knife better than making mountains. And this knife is a fantastic tool. There we are. See how soft the base of that mountain is? That's what we're looking for. We want it to look like it's just laying here in the mist. Okay. Let's have some fun. I'll take a little bit of this color that I had left over from the mountain. I'm going to add a little more crimson to it, and we'll put some white with it. Like so. Let's see what we get here. It's not quite as light as I want it yet. Maybe I'll add, oh, there it comes. There it comes. Just like so. It's a nice color. Let me clean the knife. For that, we'll just use, I got an old dirty 1-inch brush here that's left over from the sky. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to load a little color into this. Wiggle it. That brings it to a nice sharp edge. See there? That brush is very sharp. That's a chisel edge. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe back in here, There's some happy little trees that live. Let's just take the corner of the brush and tap downward. Just tap downward. There. See? And we can make all kinds of things. Reload the brush as needed. And I want these to be quite loose. I want all kinds of little things happening up here. These are little trees and bushes that live way off in the distance, and I'm tapping and pulling at the same time. Let it slide a little bit. Just let it slide a little. Okay, we'll just come right on across here. You make the decision. There we go. See, now let it hang down here. What's hanging down here, in a few minutes, hopefully, that'll become reflections. There. If it doesn't, then we'll just make it taller trees. Either way, we're not worried about it. Because we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. There. It's almost unbelievable to me with the completion of this series. There will be 130 half-hour shows. Phew. They worked me hard here. And if you haven't had the opportunity to see them all and you would like to, give your station a call. Let them know. Let them know. They're available to them. And they want to hear what you want. Now then, let's take the 2-inch brush, grab, and pull straight down. Straight down. That'll create the reflections we were looking for. Straight down. See how easy it is? Reflections used to drive me crazy. Now it's one of the easiest things we do. Now very lightly, come across. Just come across. That's all there is to it. And instant reflections. I'm going to take a little liquid white, and to that, I'm going to mix some titanium white. I just want this paint to be a little bit thinner. So it's liquid white and titanium white. Now we just pull it out, cut off a little bit, just like we normally do. There we go. Let's go right up in here, and I want to put some happy little snow areas back in here. See, just pull them. Just pull. This is where we begin forming our lake or water or whatever it is back in here. We don't know. Whatever you want it to be. You have to make that decision. Tell you what, maybe there's a little, yep, you're right, there it is. Just a little peninsula that comes right out here. So you can make all kinds of little coves and just anything that you want. You can do it. You can do it. Now then, let me find, there it is, a clean 1-inch brush. And I'm going to grab this and just, and using little short strokes, lift upward. You see that? Just lift it upward. Just enough to mist that. See, just very soft. Gets rid of that harsh line and blends it all together. Makes it look very cold and very soft and far away. Straight liquid white on the knife. Then we can go up in here and clean up the base of this and put us in a happy little water line. Just a happy little water line. Wherever. Okay, a little bit right in there. See there? That's super. You can do it. Now then, I'll tell you what, let's do. I'm going to can't make up my mind here. I'm going to take and make a big pile of dark. We'll use some black, Prussian blue, little Van Dyke brown, some crimson, whatever we got. Whatever we got. Make a big pile of paint. Let's get the old fan brush. Load it full of color, a lot of color. Okay, maybe we'll have a happy little evergreen. And he lives right here. There we are. Choose the corner of the brush, tap downward, 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 downward. There they are. They hide right here in this brush. Just shake them out. Maybe he's got a friend over here. Right there. There, see? And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Maybe there's a little one there. I don't know. It's decisions you have to make. There we go. Another one. We just decided. Another one. Maybe there's a little one lives over here. Looks like a whole family. You got Mama and Papa and 3 kids. Whole family, little trees. Okay, and we can take another brush, put a little liquid white on it, a little white, and at least little touch of phthalo blue. A lot of paint on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, I just want to take that and put the indication here and there of some highlights. I don't want to lose that dark value. It's too pretty. The contrast will be very pretty when it's done. Just here and there, a little snow laying on some of these trees. Just a little. Don't overdo. You'll lose that dark contrast, and that's pretty. It'll work for you in a little bit. Now then, go into some white. Let's grab some Prussian blue. Very dark. Make a blue about that color. Go right up here. Now, some happy little bushes. They're right there. We're putting some dark in so our light will show. All we're doing right now is just putting some dark in. Okay, and let's reflect some of that right into the water. There we go. See there? Now, 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull down. Pull it straight down. Go across. Gives us some reflections. Now with a clean 1-inch brush, dipped it into the liquid white and then into titanium white. Pull the brush in one direction. Load a lot of paint into it. Maybe the least little touch of the bright red. Okay, let's go up here. Touch, give it a little push. And let's make some snow-covered little bushes out of these. Aren't those pretty? There's another one right there. There's another one. Here's one. And as many as you want. Okay. Let's tell you what let's do. Let's have a happy little cabin hid back here. We'll do the roof like that. A little bit of white. We'll go. There we are. I'm gonna get the small knife. Pull down. Over. And down. Gives us sort of a little front. Take a little bit of dark sienna, white. Put just a little color on there. A little bit of snow on this side of the roof. This is where that small knife really comes in handy. Maybe there's a little, all kinds of pretty little things. There's a little door. We got us a little cabin. Now then, take some white. This is just titanium white. Put it right out like that. Like so. Just let it come right out. That easy. A little liquid white. And we can drop in a water line into here to clean it all up. Okay. Back to our brush that has the white on it. And we can pop in a happy little bush here and there. This guy's like me, doesn't cut his yard. He's just about to eat his house up. Okay, let's have some fun in the front. Take the old big brush and go into some Prussian blue and white. Maybe right along here. Wow. We'll just put all kinds of things in. Just like so. Maybe it comes all the way over here. Wherever. All right. Now then. There we go. And we'll put a few little, look at them little rascals sparkle in the sun. Make individual bushes, one at a time, See? And it picks up that blue color it's underneath, and it's beautiful. There we go. And let's go back over here. There's one. Look at that. I want to leave a little water right there so we can see it going through. That way we don't know where this little lake or pond goes. It just, wherever. Let's lay some snow in here. Just titanium white. It also will pick up the blue. Maybe it comes this way. Just a game of angles. Allow some of that blue to show through. It looks like shadows. And a few little things here and there. Like so. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Let's put a little tree in here. We'll put a little tree. He lives right there. Right there. And he's got a little friend there. Like that. A little bit of brown on the liner brush. And we can just put a few little limbs on here. See? Just like so. And as many or as few as you want. There they go. And the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. This painting's about finished, so I hope you really enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you again next time. And from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me for this, the last show of the 10th Joy of Painting series. So I tell you what, let's start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. We have our standard 18 by 24 inch canvas. It's covered with a nice thin even coat of liquid white. It's all slick and wet and it's ready to go. So let's start. I'm going to start out today with some phthalo blue on the brush. Just tap the brush right into the blue. Just tap it in, like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's build us a happy little sky. We just take this blue and we'll make some little crisscross strokes, like so. Maybe we'll leave some areas open. We'll have some fun. We'll play a little bit, just leave them open. To that blue, I'm going to add the least little touch of midnight black. Just want to, there, yeah. Make it a little darker in places. There we go. Blue, little touch of black. There we are. Now the color is automatically blending with the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter and lighter down here toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, now then, while we have that on the brush, good old blue in the brush, let's come right down here and let's put, maybe there'll be a little water down here. Let's start right down here. Okay, come across this way. We'll have a little water down the bottom of this painting. What the devil? We can do that if we want. Something about like so. Okay, let me wash the brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. Just beat the devil out of it. All right, now with a clean brush, we go back in here and very gently just blend. Just blend, just like so. See, those areas we left now are nice little light areas. We could stop right there and have nice cloud-looking effects in the sky. Maybe we'll make a happy little cloud today. There. Here we just blended the paint out. And then very lightly we'll go across it to take out the brush strokes. And down here, same thing, all the way across. That little light area that we left, it remains right there. See, it looks like a little sheen of light that's going to be playing across the water when we're done. Okay. And then we can wash your brush again. That's the fun part of this. Take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Just like that. Okay. Happy little clouds. We'll grab a 1-inch brush and let's go right into titanium white. Just pull that brush right through there. We can even go down here and get the least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch. Don't get crazy with it. It's very strong. A lot of paint in the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now, we're going to have a cloud that lives right there. Let's just go right in here using little circles. You could do this with a fan brush or the 2-inch brush, whatever. I just happen to pick up this one. And let's just lay in all kinds of beautiful little clouds. Just sort of let your imagination go crazy. Just think like a cloud. Just float around the sky, have a good time. That's all. And when you're doing this, just sort of relax and be calm and peaceful. Enjoy the life. Just really should bring you a lot of good feelings here. Should make you happy. Painting should really make you happy. If it doesn't make you happy, then you're doing the wrong thing. There we go. Let's shoot. Just put another layer here. Just make a decision. How many clouds you want, drop them in. No big deal. Might even put one up here. That'll give you a lot of practice. And if there's a secret to this, it's practice. Just practice. Anything that you want to be good at, you practice. And it's the same with painting. The more you practice, the easier it gets. The more fun you have with it. Pretty soon, you don't even have to think about how you're loading the brushes because you know what's going to happen. All you have to think about is composition and effects. That's when it really becomes fun. It's when you no longer have to spend all your thinking time thinking about, now, how do I load this brush or how do I load the knife? That will become automatic. Here I'm just blending. Take out the little brush strokes, corner the brush, just sort of wind this up, mix it up, just mix, don't overdo. Don't overdo. If you blend too much, they'll just disappear. They'll go in and leave you. You'll be sitting there all by yourself. But if that happens, you can go right back and drop them right back in. It's no problem at all. Lift up. This just sort of fluffs them. Makes those nice little fluffy edges. Just fluffs them up. Look at that. Isn't that a super nice, easy way to make some fantastic little clouds? And I beat the brush just to knock the excess paint off of it. Because I'm lazy and it's easier than cleaning the brush all over again. There we go. Isn't that a beautiful little sky? That quick. I knew you could do it. There we are. Now we can wash our brush. Just shake it off. Okay, we're in business. Now, let's see. Today, let's use the old round brush. I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke Brown, some dark sienna. Shoot, we'll grab a touch of this Prussian blue. Just a touch, because it's very strong. So we got both browns and a little Prussian blue. There it is. Now then, I have to make some decisions. Maybe we'll have let's have a happy little tree that lives right here on the corner. I want to do maybe we'll do a little country scene today. There we are. So we'll have a lot of little trees back here. This round brush is super for doing little background trees. See? But I start at the bottom and work upward. That way it gets lighter and lighter and lighter as it goes up. So the dark area down here is where all the shadows are. Down here, not as much light will get through. So you want that darker. So by starting there and working up your brushes, your brush is just running out of paint, that's all. Just make a decision. Look at there, a tree just grew on me. It just grows and grows. And just however many trees you want in your world, that's how many there should be. That's how many there should be. Maybe right here. You knew that, though, didn't you? Okay. Well, we got Tree City right here in a matter of minutes. And we could literally just about fill all this in with color. There we go. And I'm tapping quite firmly. You can probably hear that. It's really tapping quite firm. In here, we said there was going to be some water, but don't worry about it. Anything that comes down in here, shoot, we just turn it into reflections. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal at all. We can fix any old thing that happens. In some of the instructional videotapes we make, we show how to correct as well as how to make these things, and that's to be able to correct is probably as important as being able to paint. So we devote a lot of energy to showing you how to do that. All right, now then, take the liner brush, a little paint thinner on it, and I want to thin this paint till it's like water. Turn that brush and pull it out to a nice sharp point. Look at there, see how sharp it is? Good, let's go up here. Now here and there, we're going to put in the indication of a little tree trunk, wherever there's one. And maybe there's some out here. No worry, just there. Just relax and enjoy. Just sort of let this happen. Think like a tree. There we go. A little more thinner. Anytime your paint won't just slide right off the brush, add some more thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. Okay. That gives us an indication of a lot of happy little trees out there. Tell you what, I'm going to go right into, use the same old dirty brush. I'll go right into some midnight black and then some yellow. Tap that brush. Tap it. Load a lot of paint. Same old dirty brush. I'm using the color. It's already in the brush to mix with this. There was a little bit of blue in that, so that helps it turn green. There. Okay? Now, right up here. Let's go start here. Just touch and let all those little sparklers just jump right off the brush. Here's a little one right there. Work in layers. Work in layers. There we go. Little round brush just does some fantastic things. See, make individual trees back here. We can dip into a little yellow ochre, little Indian yellow, and then here and there I'm going to jump on the bright red. There's another little bush. Well, he's a pretty little devil. He lives right there. There we go. Maybe out here. There's another one. Here's a little piece over here. See, think about the limbs projecting out and causing... See, there's little clumps here. There's just not a solid green mass. They're not just hit at random. See, look at the shapes. Pay particular attention to the shapes. When you're doing these, don't just hit at random. Think about what you're doing. Look at the trees in your yard. Take a trip to the woods. Go out and talk to a tree. Make friends with it. See, look at all the little layers of stuff. There we go. There. Just all kinds of little things happening. There, we'll put another one right in there. That one's got a little more red in it. It just really jumps out at you. Pretty little rascal. Pretty little rascal. Just layer after layer after layer. Okay, I'm just wandering all over here. Just dropping all kinds in. Maybe there's one right here. Well, if I'm not careful, I'm going to cover up everything I said was going to be water. I get carried away. These little rascals are so much fun to make, and they're so pretty. Sometimes I just get carried away and don't know when to stop. Okay, let's come right in here. This is going to be water. Let's grab this and turn it into reflections. Pull it straight down, straight down, straight down. Like that. See there? Isn't that fantastic? Now go across. And that easy. You have instant reflections. It's very, very simple. We'll just use that same old brush. I'm going right into some of the browns again. Let's just lay in a little bit of color here. We can begin creating all kinds of happy little things. These are just the browns. Least little touch of Prussian blue, but not much. mostly browns. Oh, just all kinds of things going on. There. There we go. See? We'll just throw this on like that. It doesn't make any difference. All we're looking for right here is just color. Just applying color to the canvas. You could really put it on with a paint roller if you wanted to. We'll start a whole new style of painting. There we go. And that quick, we got the canvas all covered up and it's ready. Now then, if we want reflections, just decide where the little land masses are going to be, pull it down, go across, maybe under here. See there? See there? That easy. You can create all kinds of little peninsulas, little projections out into the water. Whatever. Whatever. Go back to my round brush, get a little color on it, and let's put a happy little bush right about there. There we go. I know what let's do. Out here on this little body of water, let's build us a little cabin. Just a tiny little house. It's out here. We'll take Van Dyke Brown and let's go right up in here and decide where our house is going to live. If he's right here, touch and pull. Just give it a little pull. There we go. Like that. Over on this side, all we're doing right now is just blocking in color. So we don't care. Just blocking in color. Little place to go and hide. When everything gets too hectic, you can go out here and just have a good time by yourself. Listen to the birds. Take some red, a little dark sienna. Maybe the least little touch of white into that. Ooh, nice color. Maybe a little more red. There we go. Okay. And let's go right up here. This sort of a rust color roof. Maybe he had a tin roof and it rusted on him. Okay, a little touch of that color right down the other side of the roof. There we go. Now then, the least little touch of a light color. See? Just enough to make that stand out so you can see it well. Least little amount. Let's get the small knife. I'm going to take some white with a touch of midnight black into it. There we are. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and once again we have our little roll of paint. Let's go up here, touch it, pull it straight down. This is just sort of a grayish color. And the more you pull it, see, it's going to pick up that brown, so you can take it to any degree that you want it to be. Now then, on the other side, I want it a little darker, so I'll use the same color and add a little more black to it. See, pull it out. Once again, that's a little roll of paint. This is a small knife. See, it sneaks up into these little areas. Boy, just right up in there. And it's a little bit more flexible. A little bit more flexible. Okay, tell you what, let's find a little brown and we'll give him a door. We'll put the door over here. You can put the door anywhere you want it on your cabin. Take a little white, just go right around the edges, sort of outline it. Maybe right there is a window, a little brown, and there's another window. Looks like two big eyes looking at you. This is a Halloween house. Now, chop off the bottom. We'll do a housectomy right there. Yeah, that must be a Halloween house. Okay, where's my fan brush? There it hides. I'll take a little yellow, reach up here and grab a little black. That'll make a beautiful green color. Just work it right into the brush. I'll pick up a little yellow ochre too. A lot of color. Just go up here. Now we can go back here and begin pushing up some nice little grassy areas right around the house. See, just give it a little upward push. Just a little upward push, that easy. There we go. We can just make all kinds of little grassy areas. Look at that, look at that. And we'll use the other side to brush. See, and what we left there, let's use the little knife. And we'll sneak right back up in here. We'll make that a little path so we can come down here and catch that big fish that lives over here. There we go. All right. Okay, over here we'll put in some happy little grassy areas, like so. Just wherever you want them. I tell you what. There's a nice one. Tell you what, I see. Maybe that's just a perfect place to have a little path. So let's do that. Let's do that. You know, while I'm putting this little path in, some of the questions that we get asked over and over, probably one of the most common questions that I hear is there any editing done to the shows? All the time I get asked, do you actually paint the pictures this quick, or is it video magic? There is no editing. Absolutely no. What you see is what happened. Even the mistakes, they're in there too. There is no editing at all. None whatsoever. Sometimes maybe it'd be better if there was. But I think that's what I like about this. It's very spontaneous, and we just do it. Okay, I got a little brown and white here, and I'm going to go back and just put the indication of at least a little bit of highlight right along there. Okay, that easy. We got a little path. Now then, to push that path into the painting, let me grab a little more of the black, the yellow, make some green. Now then, let's begin bringing some grassy areas down into the path. That'll help set the path down into the painting, make it look like it belongs there. And not many people come down this path. The bushes and the grasses about to reclaim it. A couple of more years and you won't be able to find this one. If you don't use it, nature comes and takes it back. There we are. This comes right on out. Just all kinds of little things. There. See? That easy. That easy. By making this go upward, it'll look like there's a little bump there. Change the lay of the land so it's not all just flat. Maybe this path sits down in a recessed area. So just by, see how that goes around? Little simple things like that keep your painting from being boring. There we go. Use these little things to your advantage. And then we can take the knife, and here and there, we'll just scratch in a stick or two, and usually in the dark areas. All kinds. Some of them come right over the path. Hope you can see those. They're there. Sometimes they're hard to see. I'll turn the knife this way and make them a little bigger so they stand out. See? There we go. And back in here even, you might see a few little things. Now then, let's take a little brown, and right up in here, we'll go with this one. Maybe there's some little areas like so. Like so. This is, here I'm just using the small knife, little brown and white. We can come back and make it look like there's a few little stones and rocks and all kinds of happy things. Little liquid white, pull it out very flat. And let's come along here, put us in a little water line. Right on back here. Just a little water line. Right here. This sort of cleans up the bottom and gives you a division. Breaks it up. Breaks it up. Now sometimes I use a much darker color, but for television purposes this shows up much, much better. Much, much better. There we go. You know what? I didn't put any grass over here in this land area. Don't want him left out. So we'll put a little bit right there. Make another little peninsula. Give him a water line. Look at that. That easy. Dang it, easy, we got him. A little stick or a twig here and there. Let's have some fun. Shoot, we're doing so well here. Doing so well here. Let's take the old fan brush, load it full of brown. Maybe there's a happy tree. maybe. Yep, you're right. He lives right there. Right there. Big old tree. There he is. We're just using the fan brush. Maybe he's got a friend right there. Right there, wherever you want him. It's up to you. Could be another little one hiding in there. Now we can take our liner brush, paint thinner on it, into the brown, and let's put an arm or two out here on the tree. Just a little arm or two. There we go. Here's one over in here. Wherever you want them. Paint should be as thin as ink, thin as water. There they are. Wherever, just as many or as few. There. We can go right into a little bit of the light color and put the indication of some highlight here. One side of the trunk is usually lighter because of light striking it, and bring it all together. Just like that. We'll put some grass on his little foots. Now, round brush. We'll go right into some of this brown. A little touch of the Prussian blue. Just tap it right in there. Tap firmly. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe there's some happy little leaves that live up here. Just tap them on. Isn't that simple? There. Well, as this last show draws to a close, I'm sort of sad to be leaving you for a while, but I'll be back. We already have plans for the next series, so we'll be back. We'll be back. You're too good a friend to go away and leave for any length of time. We'll be back. Let's go up here with a little bit of yellow. Just let that rascal shine out here. All kinds of beautiful little things happening. And I really would like to thank you for inviting me into your home. I feel as if I know you, and if we're good friends, it does wonderful things to my heart to know that you're watching the shows and that you're having fantastic success. And also, before I go, I'd like to thank the entire crew here for another job well done. They're fantastic people. There we go. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and I hope to see you very soon.